Okay, good morning everyone, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, faculty members. We also have the Associate Dean for Education here, Dr. Nyoman Suwarta. And also please our dear participants and students, welcome to the Faculty of Engineering, welcome to the Interdisciplinary Engineering Building of Faculty of Engineering. And today we're going to start the symposium. It is an honor to host you today at the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, as we begin this academic collaboration and cross-cultural exchange. Let us begin this program. To start, may I kindly invite everyone to rise for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Next, let us watch the Faculty of Engineering profile video. This is also a greeting from our Dean, who is currently unable to come.
The Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia has played a significant role in the nation's journey. Established in 1964, the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, has served as a home for thinkers, innovators, and future leaders. Today, as an integral part of Universitas Indonesia, the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, continues to strengthen its position as a leading engineering institution in the country. The Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, oversees 8 leading departments in the fields of engineering and architecture. Each department serves as a collaborative hub for knowledge development, research, and community service. The Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, has grown into a highly reputable center for engineering education, not only at the national level, but also globally. This journey has been shaped by a dedication to quality education and a strong commitment to innovation. Various practical innovations have emerged from the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia. These innovations address real societal needs and demonstrate the faculty's adaptability to the evolving times.
As a center of excellence, Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia continue to attract outstanding students from across Indonesia and around the world. We develop various international programs, joint research initiatives, and knowledge exchange opportunities to ensure our students can adapt to global dynamics while still upholding local values. To support this, we continuously upgrading our learning facilities and technologies. Our IDA and ICEL buildings serve not merely as physical infrastructures, but as centers of innovation and collaboration, where ideas are transformed into impactful solutions. We believe innovation is not only about high-end technology, but also about the courage to think differently and contribute meaningfully.
Graduates of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia are spread across various strategic sectors, contributing through tangible work in diverse fields. They are not only experts in their respective disciplines, but also agents of change. Students of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia continue to achieve outstanding accomplishments, both nationally and internationally, demonstrating their capacity as an exceptional generation, ready to compete and contribute on the global stage. Digital transformation is becoming an integral part of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia's journey forward. Through open courses and digital engineering platforms, students can now access knowledge anytime and anywhere. This digitalization brings the learning experience to a more flexible and inclusive level. Interdisciplinary collaboration is a key strength of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia. Its 8 departments work together on various strategic projects. The Faculty of Engineering Universitas Indonesia continues to uphold a culture of transformation, one that is systematic in mindset, work processes, and organizational culture. This spirit is embodied in the commitment to a zone of integrity, aimed at building an institution that is clean, professional, and widely impactful.
We strive not only to keep pace with change, but to be at the forefront of shaping it. Our vision is simple yet powerful: to be a nurturing ground for future innovators and leaders. With a spirit of excellence, empowerment, achievement, and cultural richness, we are ready to embrace the future and broaden our contributions to the nation and the global community.
Okay, thank you. Now, your safety is our priority. We will now watch a safety induction briefing from our faculty team.
Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Indonesia. Saat ini Anda sedang berada di gedung Interdisciplinary Engineering. Sebelum melakukan aktivitas di gedung ini, penting untuk kita mengetahui prosedur keselamatan apabila terjadi keadaan darurat. Setiap lantai pada gedung IDE terdapat 2 tangga darurat untuk evakuasi. Gedung IDE telah dilengkapi fasilitas keselamatan yang cukup lengkap. Ada hydrant, alarm kebakaran, alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR, smoke detector, sprinkler. Apabila terjadi kebakaran, alarm bahaya akan berbunyi. Tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Jika Anda berada di dekat alat pemadam api ringan atau APAR, segera gunakan. Tarik pin pengaman, tekan tuas APAR untuk menyemprotkan, sapukan nozzle selang dari sisi ke sisi hingga api padam. Apabila terjadi gempa, mohon tetap tenang dan perhatikan ruangan sekitar Anda. Segera lakukan metode drop, cover, and hold on, lalu berlindung di bawah meja atau kursi untuk melindungi kepala dan badan sampai gempa benar-benar berhenti. Hindari area kaca dan benda menggantung. Tunggu petugas mengevakuasi dan mengarahkan sampai akses pintu darurat. Dilarang menggunakan lift untuk menuju area evakuasi. Setelah keluar dari gedung, terus ikuti petugas menuju titik kumpul.
Thank you. There is no safety drill today, so if there is any emergency situation, please follow our safety team. Next, I would kindly invite our Associate Dean for Education, Dr. Nyoman Suwarta, to give his welcome remarks and officially open the symposium. Thank you, Pak Nyoman.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ohayo gozaimasu, minasan. Hajime mashite, Nyoman Suwarta Tomoshimasu. Hokkaido Daigaku no Setsugyose desu. Okay, correct, ah? So, 16年前か、北海道大学に。いや、ちょっと長い。そうですから、日本語はあまり使いました。あまり使いませんや。使わない。ですから、もうちょっと忘れました。や。ちょっとだけ。ごめんなさい。So, allow me to deliver opening speech from our dean, because this morning our dean and also the vice dean have interviewing for the new candidate for the head department from our faculty. So there are 7 departments or 8 departments here in Faculty of Engineering, and now our dean interviewing one by one the candidate. So let me read the speech. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very warm greetings to all participants. My warmest welcome to Prof. OKB, Prof. Sato, and Amemiya from the University of Tokyo, and Prof. Ishikawa from Keio University, Prof. Ellisa from Faculty of Engineering, and all students, distinguished colleagues from the Department of Architecture, and also the students. On behalf of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, it is my honor to welcome you to the Jakarta Workshop 2025, an initiation by the University of Tokyo in collaboration with UI and Keio University. This year's theme, Informal Public Space, invite us to reflect on the ways in which communities shapes, adapt, and inhabit the city beyond formal planning frameworks. In Jakarta, as in many urban contexts, these spaces are central to everyday life, feeling resilience, creativity, and cultural identity. This workshop is more than an academic program. I believe it is a collaborative platform that brings together Universitas Indonesia, the University of Tokyo, and Keio University. And of course, our partnership demonstrates the strength of international cooperation in generating new perspective and deeper understanding of shared urban challenges. I would like to thank all faculty, organizers, and students whose hard work has made this gathering possible. To all participants, I encourage you to engage in all actively in exchange ideas and use this opportunity to learn from one another. not only academically, but also personally. So I believe that you have about 2 weeks here, already familiar with this culture, the food, and so on, yeah. So it is a very nice experience to have. With that, I am pleased to officially open the Jakarta Workshop 2025. May our discussion this week be insightful, productive, and inspiring for all of us. Thank you very much. Doso, arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you, Dr. Nyoman. Next, we will continue with 4 students' presentation from our representative. We will have Monet-san, Donisa, Masaki-san, and also Haruka-san, who will also explain about what they do in Chikini and their own research. For now, please welcome Monet-san to the stage with big applause.
Selamat pagi semuanya. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada Universitas Indonesia dan semua pihak yang terlibat atas kesempatan yang luar biasa ini. Hello everyone, my name is Monekita Zato. I'm from University of Tokyo, in Frontier Science, Graduate School of Frontier Science and Department of Socio-Cultural Environmental Study in Okabe Laboratory. Now I'm living in Chikini, and Kampong Chikini for already 6 months. So today I will introduce about my research topic in Chikini and also the life in Kampong Chikini, and then how local people use the spaces around our site of JKTWS. Please next. So Chikini is now an elite area in central Jakarta. Some embassy and live in the western side of Chikini station, and I've heard that Barack Obama, the American president, was also living in here. The Kampong Chikini is along the old railway which is not already unused. When we see the old map of around Jakarta, around Chikini in 17th century, there is Batavia and canals connect the 5 ports, but in around Menteng area that Chikini is in is just not developed area, but in 1920 we can see the new Menteng area as a new residential area or as a garden city for Batavia people. So next. So my research topic in Chikini is I'm now believe that the ordinary people also should know how to repair the building and how to maybe build the building. Because in Japan now, the building workers can build good building, but ordinary people don't know anything. So when the disaster comes, tsunami comes, the quake happened, the only thing the people can do is just waiting for service, waiting for worker, waiting for something, something. So just waiting. So I think that's just for bad things. But in Jakarta, many people can do it by themselves. Like I've heard that the demo in Senen, in station Senen, they burned the Senen station, but after that they also some of the people, some of the citizens also repair the station, and so it means that they have resilience, I think. So what I want to learn from Kampung is what supports the autonomy of building environment in Kampung. So it's like I found what I found from the physical perspective is the flexibility of the materials, like bajaringan, the bataringan, the block, hebel, and the light steel. They are so easy to cut, easy to adjust to the site shape of the site, and the ordinary people, not so skilled people, also can do it. So it is one part or point that help the autonomy of building, I think. And also, please next. And also the social perspective is there. So like ordinary people, Walga can help the reconstruction of masjid, and then they know how to do it, and they can learn from it. Or I asked some residents who is now building their own house or own stores. They know where to buy the material, and they know what to buy. And so that's also the point. Good point. Then with the third photo from the right side, it is a house but on construction, but they also living there, so they know that the house can be lived with, even though they are not already complete build it. So like that. So next, please. And also, my purpose, not purpose, but what I'm experiencing in Chikini is not only my research, but the life in Kampung Chikini. Like, I join daily life, like the aerobics in near park or from Kampung, and I also play with children in the big nice park near to Kampung, and then join the Bansampa bank garbage bank, then also PKK. So what I think it's interesting is that the Kampung people in Kampung make their own dwelling environment by themselves. Like they live in house in Kampung, maybe too small, maybe not so safe, maybe not so good so much, but they also use those public facilities like big library, nice park, nice places, movie theater, like that. So maybe it's I like that combining the by themselves. So please next. And also I joined the communal events like Augustusan and Jamboree camping, camping with Pa RW, Pa LT, and then I also saw the voting, the election of the president. So I I know it. I've learned how they maintain the community and how they keep the keep helping each other, keep knowing each other. Yeah, it's like that. So please next. And also I joined the religious event. uh, could you on the video? I sometimes join the Malawi's practice. I'm taking the video, but I sometimes get the apa ya? It's like not for religious event, but for communal. So nice. I really like. Some mother inviting me to join the group of Malawi's, but I'm not so good now. But I hope later. I hope. Yeah, please next. So, so I like this. I living in Kampung Chikini, so I join many events and the daily apa ya, daily events, something like that. So I will introduce the how people use spaces around our site. Our site for JKTWS, Jakarta workshop, is in the red point, and then I already have made map of the orange part. So please next. So it's like when the wedding, they do wedding, they set the public structure, then tables, sofa for couple, the chairs, and then they use the upper side, northern side, is as a backyard because there in the north side there are only houses for of them of local people and the relatives of the bride. Then they use the light side as a public street to aisle to come and go out like that. So please next. So you can see some of students that I think all of you can notice the roofs and walls is in the next to our site. So there are one's wedding site. So and also please next. When the funeral, I also joined the funeral. They use the abandoned space in the blank space for the space for cleanse the body, and then in front of that the chairs, the sitting space for men, and then when we go into the gang, into the street, there is the space for waiting woman and then home of the deceased the who died. So it's like the southern part is more public, open to public, and then go into the north, it's becoming more private and hide it maybe. Please next. And birthday party in the street. So the birthday girl's mother's store is in front of the street, and then they usually they gather in front of the street as you see in the site. Then for the birthday, they use other more chairs and then so also floor tiles as a space for sit down, and then even the parked motorcycles used as a benches. So, but it's like not so unusual for them because they just always use the street space as a living room and maybe ruang tamu, or maybe room for the cast. The ruang tamu. So yeah, please next. So it's like we can see the side in the in right side, and then they sit down in the tile, they sit down on the chair on the street, and yeah. So please next. And warung, about our site. For now, there is nothing to, no one sells something, no one do business in there, but in last year, there is warung. As you can see, the food cart that we use as a material for workshop. So please next, we can see how they are used before, and please next. And also the place was like with the advertisement of the warung, and then table, and then chair, and they sit down and then eat. So I masak, cook here because they allow me to do it. So it's like the space in Chikini, and live life in Chikini, and my research topic. So Kampong is always changing, and private to public, private to communal, and public space to communal to private. And now we are in as a part of changing, we do construction, some intervention in here. So this place is no more like back to like this, but we making the next future maybe. So the short course is left just 2 days, but I'm happy if my information helps me for next 2 days. So thank you so much.
Yay. Thank you so much, Vanessa. So if you have any questions for Vanessa, you can hold your questions until the summary discussion session. Okay, thank you so much, Vanessa. Okay, next, please welcome Doni from Universitas Indonesia. Doni will talk about the material flow in Chikini and also Kampung Iban. Welcome, Doni. Please give applause to Doni.
Test. So yeah, good morning everyone. So actually I'm not going to talk about the material flow, but yeah, we can maybe I can talk about different form of kampung in Indonesia. So I think we can start. Okay. Before we start, I want to give warm welcome to you guys from our architecture students. So we have a say named Pagi Arsitek, means arsitek is architect and pagi means morning. So it's like when I say Pagi Arsitek, you can say pagi. Okay? Can we try? Okay. Pagi Arsitek? Okay. One more, yeah? One more. Pagi Arsitek? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Please have a clap. So, let's start with this question. Have you ever wondered what a 10-bedroom house looks like? Anyone want to take a guess? Maybe, is it going to be vertically or horizontally? Anyone? Okay, let's just next slide. Okay, so in this context, this is the way they form their house. So in this house consists of 10 bedrooms, and it's located in West Kalimantan, named Kampung Sungai Pelaik. But hold for a moment. Next slide, please. What about 28 bedrooms? The previous house the length of the house is up to 50 meters. But let's see how the 28 bedrooms would look like. Yeah, so it turns out it goes sideways and also in the back side. So in this house, it consists of 28 bedrooms, and the length is up to 166 meters. And it's located in West Kalimantan also, named Kampung Sungai Utik. Next slide, please. So I would like to take you to Rumah Panjai. Welcome to Rumah Panjai. So this is a traditional house from Indonesia, specifically in West Kalimantan. This is the house for Dayak Iban tribe. So in Indonesia, there are so many tribes, and they have their own unique of architecture for their community. So the top picture is the one in Sungai Utik, and also the bottom picture is the one in Sungai Pelaik. So Rumah Panjai, basically it means long house. Panjai is a Iban word for panjang, which means long, and rumah is house. So next slide. So you can call it long house if you may. Please, next again. So in this research, actually under the student organization named Ekskursi UI, we've been hovering around Indonesia from east to west. So we've been in Java Island, we've been in Sumatra Island, and for last year, we're doing the research in West Kalimantan, Iban. So next slide, please. Yeah, actually, I want to also give the credit to some of my friends. So Pascas, Nadia, and Cynthia is also the team when we go to West Kalimantan. And I live in this house, not the longer one, but the 50 meters one. It consists of 10 bedrooms, and as you can see, it's located in the middle of nowhere, and you can see the mountain behind there. And also, if you see the next slide, as you can see, you may see imaginary line over there diagonally. So the lake water can go up to that area. That's why the house is elevated. And maybe you guys already see Kampung Chikini, right? And it's a lot different kampung type that we had. And also you can see the bridge there. It means that we have to walk. Next slide, please. So the journey to take there, actually a lot of, we have to go through the lake. And also after that, we have to stop around here because the boat cannot go that far. And and also the duration of the speedboat is about 1 until 1.5 hours. with the speedboat, but with regular boat, it takes around 1 or 2 days. So gladly we have the speedboat, and the length of the bridge is about 1.7 kilometers. And what we did over there, we tried to learn about the community and also their surroundings. So imagine if we go this way and then we forget some tools in the house. So we have to go 1.7 kilometers again and then go back 1.7 kilometers again. And yeah, it's as beautiful as you see. Next slide, please. And everything there is huge. They have huge insect, they have huge fishes. But if you're wondering why we go there, next slide. I mean, look at the view. Like, it's a painting but in skies. Yeah, and also it's very, I don't know, maybe the privilege for us to go there because I can imagine any other experience that I can experience this this nice. Next slide, please. And the drill is we cut the wood to make fire, and also we cook so that we can eat. And then we go to the expedition. We do some measurement. We also do some drawings, and we cannot bring our laptops. So all the drawings we do it manually, and also killed by the chief of the tribe and sleep over there. Yeah, next slide, please. Yeah, this is one of the drawings. So we do the measurement and we try to sketch it manually, and it takes about three A3, how can I say that? A3 paper. Next slide, please. And we also do perspective drawing and storyboard to explain how they do their activities. Next slide. So go back to the topic. My name is Agustinus Dwi Wicaksono. I am soon to be undergraduate student from UI, architecture student, and I love to talk about architecture vernacular in Indonesia. And if we're talking about informal public space in the location that we already talked about, next slide, please. Yeah, can you even imagine this activity happen under one roof? I mean, sometimes they do the rituals, sometimes they do like a rebana. This kind of the same like Monia already shown. Sometimes they do the traditional dancing, or they just doing tenun. Tenun is this, so it's a hand-woven technique from Indonesia. So we not only have batik, but we also have tenun. And this is the area where we sleep, and this is the tools to make the tenun. And they also have Sunday service in the same place as they do the rituals, as they do the traditional dancing, and etc. So can you even imagine how would you describe that place? Is it an informal public space? Is it a public area? I don't know. But next slide, please. Yeah, so if we can communicate through this drawing, the house is composed with 5 layers. So in the front side, we call it tanjuk depan or front tanjuk. It's like a front terrace. And also after that we go to kaki lima. Kaki lima is a small area between tanjuk depan and also ruai. Ruai is like communal gathering area. So maybe if you can imagine in the Kampung Chikini, in front of the house, the gang become the communal area, right? So it can work that way. And after ruai, there's a bilik. Bilik means the rooms, the private rooms. So the private area is only in bilik, and it consists of bedrooms and also the kitchen. And after bilik, we have tanjuk belakang, or backyard or back terrace, you may say. And as you can see, it's elevated. Depends on because the surroundings, they have to make it elevated because the lake water can just go up to the Tanjuk Depan. Next slide, please, Nadia. Yeah, if we see it in architectural analysis way, we see that they have a functional layer. Maybe I want to take you to see and how to understand the diagram. So what we're gonna talk about for today is only the social part, because the symbolic is also important, but yeah, we can talk another day. Please, Nadia. Yeah, so what we're gonna talk about is actually from Tanjuk, the front terrace, until the Ruai, like the communal gathering area. So what's interesting there, it's always different activities through times, and also depends on the event that they gonna help. So through morning until night, how they occupy the space is different, and also based on the event they help. Next, Nadia. If we see in the morning, they may focus their activities in Tanjung Depan. They do some, they drying their corpse. They also drying their fishes. So how they cook the fish is they put salt on it, and then they dry it until it's completely dry and you can eat it. And they usually dry it in the Tanjung Depan because it's not under a roof. And also they can also dry the pillow and etc. So basically everything you want to dry is in the Tanjung Depan. And in Ruai, in the inside of the house, there's not much activity in the morning because they do their activities outside the house. Next slide, please. Okay. But in the afternoon, because the sun is above the roof, so it's located in Garis Katulistiwa, in Katulistiwa line, so the sun is up there, and it's really hot. That's why they do their activities inside Ruai. They do tenun, they do talking, they do chatting, and etc. Next slide, Nadia. And also in the evening, they usually try to collect what they dried since the morning and do their activities in the Ruai in the night. Next, Nadia. Yeah, that way. Next slide, please. And also in event base, how they form the gathering is really affect on how they what they need. They need to do Sunday service, they make the arrangement like that. They need to do the rituals, they make the arrangement like that. Next slide. So back again into the informal identity. So what is informal? From this, I learned that informal means not formally designated, but evolving with the community needs. Next slide. And I learned that public space doesn't always need formal planning. That's why, yeah, you can imagine the same place can be a place for the rituals, can be space for just hanging around and etc. And also community shapes and space over time. And lastly, informal public space sustain cultural identity and interdependency. This point actually important for us Indonesians because everything, the arrangement of the house, is also depends on how they believe. They believe the house should be in line with the river, so they have to build the house along the river. They also have to, the arrangement of the Ruai, Tanjung Depan, and also the bilik is also important for them, and it shapes how they do their activities. And yeah, it's like an event space. Yeah, and interdependency, it's important for them as well because in that same roof, it consists of one big family, so they all related to one another. So yeah, it's a key for them to sustain and survive. Please, next. And this is the community. As you can see, the guy over there with the tattoo, can you imagine the tattoo is like, it's work like a scout patch, if you may. So you have to do something to earn that tattoo. So it's not like, I want to have this tattoo and I make it. No, there's a rules to make that tattoo. And also how the elderly give their and pass the cultural knowledge to the young one, so it may sustain. It's really interesting experience that we can get. And also in this picture, they do the tenun, and it's really, how do I say, privilege for us to see all of this and get welcomed by the community. Please, next. And it's only take 2 minutes, if you may, to watch the trailer of our documentation.
orang tua dulu itu mau pindah sini biar dekat danau, jadi kita cari ikan itu nggak jauh.
Kita nyambung budaya kakek nenek moyang kita dulu. Yang sampai budaya kita hilang. Nenek moyang kita dulu mulai ritual sebelum beladang, ada ritual sebelum membakar, ada ritual. Lebih baik menjaga hapata air daripada menetes air mata.
That's all. And also we did the exhibition back in January this year. And yeah, for the movie that we created, it's nominated in Sony Feature Award. Yeah, so it's really also a blessing for us, and also yeah, our dedication to the community there. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is us. Pascal, Cynthia, and I living in this Rumah Panjai, and if you can see the next slide, this is where Nadia. Can you find Nadia? This is Nadia. So yeah, it's really truly an experience for us, and we really thank you to the community and for the faculty and also the university that can give us support to go into this area. And this next slide, please. Yeah, and this activities is under Ekskursi Arsitektur UI, and it's also for now they do the research in Sulawesi in next to Borneo Island, and they now currently arranging the preparation and the production after the research. So that's all from me. Thank you for the listening. Hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Doni. For your information, Ekskursi is a fully undergraduate student activities. Next, please welcome Masaki-san as the next presenter with a big applause.
Okay. So hello everyone. Selamat siang, everyone. My name is Masaki Komatsu from the University of Tokyo Graduate School for Frontier Science, Department of Social, Culture, and Environmental Studies. I'm currently a master's student conducting research on the theme of participation in Kampung Chikini. Can you go to the slide, please? Thank you. No, first slide, please. Okay, so today I would like to take this opportunity to first present my research. My master's research on participation in informal settlements, focusing on the case study of Kampung Chikini in Jakarta, and then, in connection with the theme of the symposium, informal public space, I will also share reflections on the studio activities carried out in Kampung Chikini right now, where I have been involved as a teaching assistant. So my presentation might be a bit formal and sleepy, but I hope you will enjoy it. Okay, so can you go to the next slide? So here's the outline of my presentation. I will start with introducing the complexity of participation, then explain the Barakini project in Kampung Chikini and the analyze. Finally, for the last part, I will discuss insights from the studio. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this slide shows Ernstein's lateral participation, and this framework is one of the most well-known way that conceptualize different levels of citizen participation, and it's distinguished between non-participation and tokenism and citizen power, while further dividing them into three categories. Based on Ernstein's lateral participation, Honeywell argues that participation has often been reduced to tokenism and mere consultation. From this point of view, I raised my first research question that in what way can strong form of participation such as citizen control can be achieved. However, as Ernstein insists, this model, the latter model, cannot adequately represent the layered complexity of fluctuating power dynamics that are typically in play. And there is a tendency to interpret lower level as universally worse and higher level as universally better. In fact, lower levels of participation may be positive in some circumstance, and higher levels sometimes work negatively in others. Next slide, please. Okay, so additionally, even at the highest level of citizen control, that means highest level of participation, it's not always ideal. It can create problems such as separatism, inefficiency, or conflict with experts, risking the loss of democratic nature and the effectiveness of participation. And this leads to second and third questions. In what ways can the democratic nature of participation be maintained? And third question, in what ways can the effectiveness of participation be secured? Okay. So my central research question is, how can we achieve strong and effective but democratic participation? And there is a three sub-question mentioned earlier. And this study aims to gain insights by analyzing these research questions in the context of informal settlements. Kampung Chikini. Okay, so from here, next slide. I would like to introduce the overview of my case study, the renovation of community facility Balai Airway in Kampung Chikini, Jakarta. So as you can see in the photo, and as Mone-san explained, Kampung Chikini is a dense informal settlement in central Jakarta. Next slide, please. And the star on the map indicates Balai Airway, now renamed Balai Kini, where many of you have visited, is the key facility this project focused on. Okay, so the main implementing body of this project is the Megacity Design Lab, a collaborative research group involving several universities. Since 2011, MDL has been continuously working in Kampung Chikini, conducting participatory architecture practice in close collaboration with the communities. Next slide, please. The renovation of Balai Airway marks the third long-term architecture practice carried by MDL in Kampung Chikini. Okay. And so this renovation process was prolonged and complex. The COVID-19 pandemic and unstable funding conditions led to delay and uncertainty. At the same time, the level of participants' engagement shifted and diverse form of agency emerged. Okay, next slide, please. So finally, this slide shows the timeline of events on site. The project started with the existing Balai Airway and moved to the Balai Kite proposal. And then this halted because of the COVID, and the Balai Kini project, and then because of the paused moment, the community then engaged in a self-building phase by their own initiative. That's the third part. And finally, the Balai Kini project was completed in 2022, which is the current facility we've seen today. So it takes like more than 2 years of the process. Okay, next. So the first part of my analysis is about building as political agency. Here I focus on how community-led construction and spatial claiming can act as form of participation. Okay. So in this section, we focus on the process shown here, there. So by community. Okay. Next slide, please. During the self-build phase, the community took the lead. As Paerwe explained in this interview, their urgent need for a community office make them to rebuild the ground floor with their own funding. This act was not coordinated and even not permitted by MDL team, by the expert side, and was an authentic community-led intervention. Okay, next slide, please. And in this phase, neighbors voluntarily joined the process, contributing their labor and the support. The community also involved the Kulahang into the demolition phase, making use of the existing social connections. So we can see how the community carried out self-building skills and also their mutual aid in this process. Okay, next slide, please. So from this perspective, from the perspective of participation, we can say mutual aid and self-build functioned as the kind of fundamental tool that support their participation. So this means without them, this kind of intervention from the community would not be able to emerge. They're using their self-build skill and mutual aid to do this type of participation. Okay, next slide, please. Furthermore, this construction act functioned not only as a physical intervention, but also as a form of political agency. Through self-building, the community expressed its will on their own initiative. This act of participation re-engaged several stakeholders, led to a site visit like in the picture, and laid the groundwork for the Barakini project renovation. Okay, next slide. So, considering its agency and initiative, the demolition of Barakini can be seen as a form of participation close to citizen control, which means strong, and going beyond dialogue and consensus. What characterized this informal settlement is the mobilization of social capital through mutual aid and self-building, which act as some kind of community tools. These tools can be reinterpreted as alternative tools, alternative ways of achieving participation and express their own will, overcoming the limitation of dominant model based on dialogue and consensus. I'm thinking this offers a lesson for research question 1. How can strong form of participation such as citizen control can be achieved? Okay, next page. However, as Ellisa says, and like everyone involved knows, this demolition was highly stressful for some stakeholders, as this student coordinator is saying. This situation created conflict and exclusiveness, raising doubt about whether the process was truly democratic. Next, please. So actually, what prevented this conflict from escalating was the response of the experts. As one professor actually mentioned, they even took the risk to move forward because the community leader strongly wanted it. This shows the importance of experts' adaptability, as well as the mutual understanding and trust with the community built through long-term relationship. If this doesn't exist, I think this project was to collapse, kind of. Okay. And also, next analysis part, I would like to reframing a top-down practice. Here I focus on how can top-down approach can be practical and effective choice under urgency, and try to overcome binary of top-down and bottom-up. Okay, next slide, please. And in this section, we focus on this process shown here, the last part. Next slide, please. And in the Barakini project, project rely on funding from business. To secure it, construction had to be completed quickly and in response to the pandemic. This required a top-down approach, as Professor said. And next slide. But interestingly, the community did not reject this approach. As Pak Erwe and the local vendor shared, they appreciated it and they appreciated their efficiency and results. Thus, rather than seeing participation as a binary between like top-down and bottom-up, it should be understood as a negotiated and ongoing process. Okay, next slide. So for conclusion, we gained 3 insights from the analysis of case study from Kampong Chikini about how can we achieve strong and effective but democratic participation. At first, some tools such as mutual aid or self-build can be recognized as alternative tools that overcome the reputational model based on dialogue and consensus building and to strengthen the participation. And also, for second, the importance of experts' adaptability as well as mutual understanding and trust with the community built by long-term relationship is important to the participation to be democratic. And also, third, rather than seeing it as a binary of top-down versus bottom-up, I suggest a more integrated understanding of negotiating ongoing practice of participation. Okay, so this is my research, and next slide, please. So finally, I would like to talk about this workshop, the studio we conducted in Kampong Chikini during this period, reflecting on my research. Okay, next slide. This is my interpretation of the theme of this studio. Drawing on my research and participation, I approached the challenge of creating informal space from this point. The question, how can we participate in space to build publicness, emerges as a central question for me. Next slide, please. This was the conclusion, again, from my research that I explained. Here, I would like to focus on the first insight. Some tools can be recognized as alternative tools that overcome the limitation of model based on dialogue and consensus building, and that strengthen participation. Okay, so next slide, please. Building on the insight, what consider the creation of informal public space? When considering the creation of informal public space, alternative tools for participation can be used to ensure publicness without requiring consensus on the place to be public or including formal agreement. In other words, even in the absence of consensus, that a space is even in the absence of a consensus on a space is public, participation itself can potentially generate its meaning as publicness. Okay, next slide, please. So, according to this, we can come back to this question. How can we participate in space to build publicness? Okay. From this, the next question is, how is the publicness of space ensured in informal settlements? Next slide, please. Starting from this question, I observed Chikini and found two features which I will introduce here today. One feature I found is the space already in use or scheduled to be used tend to ensure public nature. Example including motorbike parking area, community hall like balcony or mosque. Also, you can see some children were playing in the parking area. In space that are in use, the unused time or surplus area carries some kind of publicness where people gather and children play. Okay, next slide. So the second feature is social relation within the community. Some spaces are monitored by local authority to use for public, such as open space in LT7 that we observed, or acknowledged by residents as public space because they are commonly known for used for gathering or events. In this case as well, even within connection that include private elements, we can observe the publicness emerge in a relatively way. Next slide. So, final slide, sorry. To ensure publicness in informal settlements, we can look at factors for publicness in informal settlements, such as space in use, social relations, and many other factors we can find in Kampong Chikini. And from this perspective, we have a possibility of building publicness through participation in space. And for this studio, as an architect, given only 2 weeks in the studio, we can interpret the following question as one of the central challenges of this studio. Through the act of construction, how can we, within the limited period of 2 weeks, participate in space and build publicness? I would like to keep on thinking about this question for next 2 days with everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Masaki-san. Terima kasih. Final presentation from says Haruka-san from Keio University. Oh, a graduate from Keio University. And also alumni of JKTWS in 2016? 16, 17? 16. Yes, please welcome Haruka-san with a big applause.
Hello, my name is Haruka Iwami. I joined this workshop for the first time maybe 9 years ago. So today I would like to briefly talk about how the workshop has connected to my later activities. Please start. Yeah, next. First, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Haruka Iwami, and I graduated with the master degree from Keio University 2021. I'm currently working as both graphic designer and a project researcher in the university in Kyoto. And here is my area of interest. The workshop and stay in Chikini are directly related to my interest in material flow. In terms of Jakarta workshop, I mainly participated in 2016, and since then, I've sometimes visited Chikini by myself. At the workshop, we created the wedding space with our own hands, just like this photo. What surprised me most was how close residents felt to their houses and its building materials. As seen in this photo, they happily painted their own houses during our workshops. It seems like they didn't really have the mindset of keeping their own residence as its current state. So I began to want to know where the building material mainly came from. And also the building materials themselves changed. It was curious how the anonymous campus atmosphere stayed in the same. After the workshop, my Indonesian friends take me to the place like a market where campus building materials gathering, like this. At the place, the materials were traded very cheaply, and I heard they were brought from demolished houses or buildings that had burned down. Some people are working repairing building materials or filling cracks in the material like this. Also in Japan, reclaimed wood material known as kozai were also traded. And they are valued for their historical traces like this and sold at high prices. But their usage was limited because each of them have different shapes, and it's difficult to estimate the structural performance. In contrast to that, the camping method may not be legal, but I was interested in the fact that there is a kind of economical logic, and also interested in the resulting architecture is so attractive. That kind of experience also made me interested in the material flow and the traces there leave behind. And my graduation project and master research is combined this interest with computational design. Today I'd like to introduce an overview of that. First, my graduation project focuses on the plywood scrapboard by digital fabrication. I have studied computational design and work part-time job in the fabrication space at the university. So this kind of material is very familiar with me. And from this kind of board, you can guess the what kind of things people have created. For this project, I proposed combining multiple pieces of scrap board to make single solid board. I calculated in advance what percentage of board could be filled by combining which scrap board, then actually produced several boards. This is notation that shows the history of the board. And next, for my master research, I focused on concrete waste materials. There is a large amount of concrete waste all over the world, but looking at the cross-section of them, you can see the interesting differences in the stone inside. I tried to analyze and classify this material, but it seems technically difficult. So I tried to figure out how to create a pathway for reusing this material. As a result, I proposed a gabion made by dry joining iron and this recycled concrete, and allowing the somewhat free-form construction. I created a system that calculates the mesh size and other parameters for free-form shape. And furthermore, since it is composed of the single wire, so pulling it one direction allows for easily disassembly. Here too, I created the diagram of material flow, but sorry for Japanese version. And yeah, this indicates that concrete leaves the limestone state through the chemical reactions. Due to my interest in traces and diagram visualization, I began to studying and working in graphic design studio soon after graduation. Sorry. So, because through the experiences, I'm interested in the information design, and originally characters are also traces of physical things. But however, in terms of actual work, I'm designing books and posters and websites and so on. This is a part of my job. In my daily work, I'm always organizing the information. And since 2 years ago, I began working as a project researcher at Kyoto Institute of Technology. And I joined a project using reclaimed wood. Using reclaimed wood with unique shapes as building materials is difficult, but like this, using 3D scanning and robotic arm make it technically possible. So last summer, we are able to complete the pavilion using reclaimed wood on our campus. And I am currently working on another project related to architectural tile with teammate. And our team tried to estimate the ceramic colors from glaze composition by deep learning. And Today, I haven't been able to connect these three interests much in my work, but I'm trying to connect them in the near future. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Rika-san, for your presentation. Now we will open Q&A session for all of our presenters. Maybe I will invite Mone-san, Masaki-san, Harika-san, and Doni to be in the front so that if the students have any questions, they can freely ask our presenters. Yes, please speak here. And before we open the questions for the floor, I would just like to give a little summary of what they have presented. Yes, please. Yeah. So, for example, Mone-san has already given a narrative of how she experienced living in Chikini, especially the life and space in Kampung Chikini, and how she observed on how people use these spaces in Chikini, from the everyday life into like the Rebana one, and then the funeral and even weddings. And also, Doni give a different perspective. Different perspective of how kampung is like in Indonesia. So we have different kind of kampung, not only what you see in Chikini, but also in Kampung Iban. And Masaki talk about how can we achieve strong and effective but democratic participation, especially in the sense of Kampung Chikini. And also talking about the community-led renovation and the democratic nature and participation in Chikini. Meanwhile, Haruka-san mentioned about the material flow in Chikini, how there is an economical logic behind that. And Haruka also mentioned her research project and how computational design thinking and methods can be incorporated in this matter. So please, I would welcome everyone to maybe give some insights and questions if you have any. Maybe from the sensei, would you like to give some insight first?
Thank you, Zafira-san. So all presentation is good. I enjoy your presentation. My question, at least for Doni and Mone first, because later maybe I will ask Masaki-san. Mone-san, you've been in Chikini for 6 months, and you also observe not rumah singgah, bedah rumah, right? So can you explain your experience about that? And then the next question is for Doni. How you compare the rumah Iban? I also visit these two places, and I met you at Pelai, Pelai. It's really difficult location. How you compare with apartment in urban context? Because it's like similar. Oh, I don't know. How I just want to listen your opinion about that. Okay, that's 2 questions. Maybe I will think about the next question for others later.
So thank you for question, Ellisa. About as for my research about the construction site of the Beda Rumah, it's a renovation. Yeah, Beda Rumah is the house improvement project by Basnas, which is foundation of some public kind of. Yeah. So they pay the money, they hire the employment, the workers, then rebuild the demolish and then rebuild the house. And then what I surprised with that project was I have 2 things. And first thing is I already mentioned in my presentation today. it's like materials is so flexible, so they can adapt it to the any kind of shape of the site, and not so skilled person can do it with those materials. And the second thing is that only few workers just join the construction. I mean, if in Japan, the worker is separated for the part of the building. So this worker can do only roof, this worker can do only the floor, this worker can do only maybe concrete or maybe wood or something like that. But the project in the Kampung Chikini by business, Bedaruma, the employees were just 5 people, and then they just do all things except doors and windows, and the doors and windows only. So they can do electricity, they can do make floor, they can do demolition, they do everything. So that is also the point that all the supporting point of autonomy. So it's like, because the building technique is not so complicated, not so so it's okay to understand. So they can, only 1 person, only 5 person can do everything. That's I really like that situation, because the people also so the situation that the only 5 workers can do everything, almost everything, is so surprisingly, and so maybe it means that the situation, situation of techniques is also supporting the autonomy of the building in Indonesia, maybe in Kampung.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ellisa, for the question. So if I want to challenge myself to compare how the apartment in Jakarta is formed and how the Rumah Panja is formed in Kalimantan, firstly, I would say that the context is different. It's very different. In the city, in Jakarta, there are no longer lands, I guess. There's a less space to build the house. So if the people in the city build the house or the communal housing going upways or vertically, I mean, that's the logic. But in Rumah Panjai, because it's located in the middle of nowhere and it have more spaces area, that's why they can go horizontally. And I also asked about the effectiveness of the 2 different types of that form, right? Like, maybe I can raise the question, why can Rumah Panjai be rounded so that they can see each other more better? But like I said before, that Rumah Panjai is formed depends also on their beliefs. They believe that the rumah, the house, have to build along the rivers. So horizontally is their belief the best form for them. And also, if you can also recall the arrangement of the house, they have 5 parts, right? Tanjuk depan, kaki lima, ruai, bilik, and tanjuk belakang. the private area is only in bilik, and the rest is communal areas. So what I see is in urban living, they really focus on the communal living. So that's why the spacious of the space of the communal area is really important for them, and also the visual connection. But in Jakarta, or in big city in Jakarta, visual connection, it's a challenge to put visual connection in vertical living. I mean, some of the apartments just focus on reaching maximum capacity of rooms, so they don't even put consideration to put the visual connectivity in the center maybe, or they don't even put the consideration to have a communal area. That's why it's really challenging in Jakarta or in the big city to have a strong communal sense. I mean, in kampung, even the arrangement of the house is separated, but it's still important for them to have a connection to one another. Maybe you guys can see how at first we tried to build something and we only have Pak Rizal and Pak RW, and yesterday we have a lot of people trying to help as well. Not only physically, but sometimes one of the people give the coffee, sometimes one of the people give the foods. So the participation is there, and it's getting rare in vertical form housing, because we don't, maybe someone that lives in an apartment can even know who is the neighbor, and that's the problem in the vertical housing. And I think that's one of the challenge to put and to execution it in the Jakarta. Like for example, NA house, NIC Satosan is the structural engineering of the house. I mean, it's a form of housing that can give visual connectivity to one another. Someone use the space upstairs, someone use the space downstairs, and with their own activity, they can sense the position of other in that area. So sense of belonging and also sense of community is important to put in the vertical housing, if I might want to say. Thank you, Professor Ellisa.
Okay, thank you. Give applause. And do we have another questions from the participants? Maybe from the sensei as well? No? Is there students? Okabe sensei, would you like to give some insights? Okay.
Thank you very much. All your presentations were very attractive, and I enjoyed it very much. And when the first time I came to Jakarta, the word kampung is a word unknown for me, but very often heard here. So I was wondering what means kampung. And concerning to Mone-san's presentation and Doni-san's presentation, I could learn that kampung has a rural kampung and also urban kampung, two different types of kampung. And from the presentation of Doni-san, I learned that this is more communal space, is more suitable word for the rural kampung. But on the other hand, in urban condition, we have to consider both things. You know? So it's more a complex situation here, because we have to consider the publicness and the dynamic situation of the urban kampung. But on the other hand, they enjoy also communal space. So that's the interesting point of this workshop, and also I could know the difference quite well this time. Thank you very much. So this is just a comment.
Thank you. Oh, Amemiya-san.
Thank you very much for you all. Very nice presentations. It's very horrible that my presentation next. I felt don't do so much. And a small question to maybe to Masaki-san and Haruka-san. Maybe Masaki-san mentioned about the condition for publicness. 2 points for publicness. Important point.
Yes, in Kampong.
And actually, the theme of this workshop is the public space. But actually, I also interested in the publicness, not only space. And actually, from the Haruka-san's presentation, I feel the publicness of the material itself. Because, from maybe Mone-san's presentation, some materials used for somebody else's house is used to suddenly another person's house. So, and somebody said the house is painted in red and the people doesn't care about it. So something publicness is in the material itself, I felt. So could you please show your something insight about the material publicness?ちょっと伝わらなかったですかね。だからそのマテリアル自体が持つパブリックネスみたいなものがこうチキニみたいな空間にどう影響を与えるかみたいのをそのマテリアルフローとかをリサーチした中から感じたことがあれば教えてほしいなと思いました。
Haruka-san is a student, is an ex-student of the participants of the Jakarta workshop. I remember quite well of her because you explained about a nail, no? 釘の話してましたよね。釘の話。You don't remember? 釘の話。And you explained that the nail put on the wall or something, it is not strictly vertical or like that, or horizontal. So it has a lot of meaning. You learned from that. The nail told you a lot of things. So this is, I think, the materiality, the materiality of the things. The material has an agency, and as an agency, they have a lot of messages. No? They have a lot of messages, and that is the publicness of the material. そういう話を聞きたいらしい。
But I think the important thing is the building material is not new. Sometimes the nail is the bending, or sometimes the size and the thickness is different. That is maybe, as Okabe Sensei said, the
maybe your project in Kyoto University, the used wood material is combined, and such kind of structure cannot be created from the how to say formal commercial wood material, because each material has their own voice from the material. That's why you can create such kind of strange structure. And I felt some kind of publicness from that structure you created. Not like a normal house. And such kind of sense of publicness would be found in Chikini, I think. Maybe? No?
From my point of view, I don't have a lot of knowledge as Haruka-san actually about the material, but as Okabe-sensei said, like material agency kind of things that exist, and Amemiya-sensei also said the wooden structure tells something, and so that's what I wanted to say on my presentation, so that if we act on constructing something, or if we use some materials for construction, that means something. That's create that. So I was talking about in the presentation like building publicness. That means, for example, like if you use, for example, a nail, bended nail, that means something, you use it from previous construction maybe, like, like that material itself has meaning. And so, I'm thinking about this studio is kind of trying to make publicness through construction. And for example, as from yesterday, Okabe-sensei said that the blocks, Ruma, なんだっけ、違う、なんだっけ、名前忘れちゃった。バタリンガン。Placing Batalingan at the sites means that, like, maybe some people will assume from that, like, this place is this material is going to use for some construction or something like that. Kind of things Kampong people will feel it, and then that place is left unused because the Batalingan is there. Like that kind of dynamics can happen inside the kampong based on materials. Materials tells the publicness. Material secures the publicness. That's what I was thinking a bit about.
Related to publicness of the material, these days I'm thinking about the not publicness but the possibility of joining, participation is in maybe the material which destroyed or not repaired, rotted, not clean, because the people, when the materials, the situation is like that, people can think, oh, I can do it to make it better, or this material, this maybe part of the house can be like this, or 何ですか? はい。あ。すいません。So, and what I'm think that when the house, some part or something, building or something destroyed, not work well, the people find that it's not just the wall, but wood, like, how can I say? So when the building is completed, clean, no no error. So we think just floor is floor because floor work as floor and ceiling is ceiling because it works as a ceiling. But when it's destroyed, when it's not work well, bottle, the rain muscle, the rainwater come in, or the floor is not so smooth. It's it's like more ceiling is just broken fall. So we come to find that it's not ceiling but the material. How can I say it? 伝わってますか? So when the publicness, or I mean the possibility of joining, possibility of participating is in the material which broken. Yeah, that's it.
But I think the publicness of material is very difficult. It's not 完結していないってなんて言うんですか? Yeah, not completed its material itself because in my university project there is we use very complicated techniques, so that is maybe in this case the publicity of the material is, I think, not so yeah, so the technique and the materiality is related to so
なんだろう just this is translation, but she's saying like materials can be exclusive because of the knowledge. Like someone doesn't know how to use or how to utilize the materials because the material itself sometimes very complex. ってことですね. This kind of thing. はい.
If I can add something, actually in Indonesian tribes traditional houses, they usually at first they don't use any nails, so they also have richness in joinery techniques, and it gives them flexibility to make something new out of it. Like for example, the rumah panjai. At first, the location is not there. At first, the location is even higher in the mountain. But because the joinery, they don't use the nails, so they can reuse the materials and put it and build it down below. So maybe the rawness of the material, like for example what we did in Chikini, maybe we we were thinking to play with the palette, and then after the composition is finalized, we can put joinery there. We can make it fixed, not movable. But as Okabe Sensei already said yesterday as well, for the concrete blocks, the bata hebel, leave it that way. It can create something that maybe it can create inclusiveness of the material. It can create the possibility for the user to use the concrete blocks, maybe not horizontally like this, but put it upward like that. And the placement of the materials give different function, if you may. And also like the palette, the wood palette, if you place it like this, it can be a sitting area, but if you place it upways, it can be a storage. So what I was trying to say is maybe unfinished thing is also important to put in public space, because as the ruai is formed, it's only like maybe a hall, if you may say, but the placement of that can create the possibility to put maybe stage in the middle of it, or maybe you can use the tikar. It's like a, what is tikar? Mattress as a sitting area. So it's not fixed. It's not something that built there, but it can be flexible. Maybe.
I was thinking about it. I was listening to Dildoni, and I thought that we were at Haruka-san and Amemiya-san was talking about the publicness of the material kind of thing. But I was also, when I was preparing my presentation, thinking that publicness is more something that's not like that material have. It's more something that creates by the, for example, participation, or by the acts, like the use of palettes. Like, so there's nothing like something has a public, or something, some place is public. That's a bit weird way of thinking about public. For example, like make consent about this is formal public space. This is kind of a bit different way the informal public space is create. Like people are more participate, or people act on something, and then publicness is なんていうんですか、こう立ち上がる。Publicness is build, emerge maybe. Yeah, publicness is emerge, something that is more like emerging thing.
That's why not so. That's why I said tadi right before I said possibility of participation. So because no material has publicness, but there is only possibility of participation, and I don't know. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. I think that's enough for today. Okay. Thank you so much for the students and also the participants. I think that will be enough for today, for now. So if you have like further questions, you can ask them personally later on. And after this, we're going to take 1 hour break for lunch and also for a prayer break. And we will see you again at 1 p.m. for the panel discussion. Again, big applause for everyone. This first session. Yes, you can eat here, and the lunch has been provided there. We're providing you with nasi padang. Hello, hi. Okay, so we're going to start the panel discussion in a moment, but for your information, the panel discussion will be started soon by Professor Ellisa and then Professor Mizuno, both from Universitas Indonesia. Okay, and then it will be followed by Amemiya Sensei from University of Tokyo, and then Ishikawa Sensei from Keio University. And after that, we will have the second panel discussion started by Sato Jun Sensei from University of Tokyo, Kamil Muhammad, an architectural designer from Indonesia, Professor Yandi from Universitas Indonesia, and Okabe Sensei from University of Tokyo. Okay, and this panel discussion will be moderated by our associate professor from the Department of Architecture, Dr. Nanda Widyarta. Please welcome him to the stage.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih Safira atas waktunya. As scheduled, the first panel will be Professor Evawani Ellisa from Universitas Indonesia. Before I ask her to come, I would like to introduce her very shortly. Professor Ellisa received her PhD from Osaka University. She always looks to balance theory and practice in sustainable urban planning and design. Professor Ellisa has a very strong record in community engagement. The Chikini Kampung is one of the, her part of her record in the field. She is also a founder of the Mega City Design Lab, which was mentioned earlier this morning, which is a collaboration between Universitas Indonesia and the University of Tokyo. Professor Ellisa is also a recipient of Holcim Award in 2014, and she also received Architecture Institute of Japan Prize for Education Award in 2017. I would like you to welcome Professor Ellisa. Please, Professor, please. The time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Nanda, for introduction. The award is together with Okabe Sensei and Amemiya Sensei. Okay, selamat siang, konnichiwa, good afternoon everybody. After lunch, maybe you become sleepy. I have to read my presentation to avoid talking too much and too long, because we have 7 senseis awaiting after me to present, so I will try to present 20 minutes sharp. I will try. Okay, to tell you the truth, last night I was overwhelmed in making the presentation about Kampung Chikini, where I should start. I am now in the process of writing a book about Chikini, actually. I have to spill this just to give myself the spirit to finish the book as soon as possible. I've been almost 15 years engaged with this kampung. There are so many topics and reflections came out from my head. I spent hours last night digging my album on Facebook, Greeting from Kampung Chikini, and I realized that some key persons I know very well had passed away. And the kids has grown into teenagers. Somebody I know had got married, and some ladies I know were getting old, and so do I. So let me start showing you the memory of JKTWS 2011. And this was the first JKTWS, so that we got the t-shirt at the time, sponsor from Todai, I think. And to make the long story short, JKTWS was directly connected to RIN, or Research Institute Humanity and Nature Megacities project, which proposed future scenario of 2050 for the world's megacities. And within this framework, Kampung became a micro-level intervention site and showing how small action can inform the larger picture of Jakarta's megacity future. Next. Okay. So Jakarta have almost about 3,000, almost 3,000 airways and 445 airway classified as kumuh. Kumuh means messy. That's slightly different with the word slum, I think, actually. So the government classified the level of kumuh or messiness into 4 levels. The first one is extreme, yeah. And this kampung, of course, needs full relocation or redevelopment. And the second level is sedang or moderate, kumuh sedang. Means that they need to be upgraded with major intervention. And then ringan or mild, still lack sanitation, drainage, and housing quality. And the last one is very mild or sangat ringan, means only minor deficiencies, improvable through small scale or community initiative. Next. So the question is, why Kampung Chikini? I may say that the choice of Kampung Chikini was coincident, or perhaps destiny, or perhaps we are lucky. But there is another factor, something that may not always be found in other kampungs. This kampung is dense, vibrant, heterogeneous community, and the informality implies creativity in this place, not disorder. And there is a negotiation between everyday life and urban policy. And they also have the gatekeepers, and you can find many good foods close to the station, etc., etc. And you see in this picture, me with my best friend. Many of them now become my best friend. There's Mas Baim, the airway leader, and here's Mone. Mone has now become the member of Kampung Chikini community. Okay, next. Okay, before we move further, let me give a short explanation, which I always need to explain again and again. But I have to. Otherwise, we lose the context. So JKTWS is a joint student workshop between UI and Japanese University, Todai, Keio, Chiba, and this time also Meiji as well, and usually held every August or September for about 10 days. Students from both sides who had never met, let alone work together, and we pushed them into an intensive program with themes that change from year to year. And the only thing that remained constant was the site, always Kampung Chikini. And luckily, we had documented all program into this booklet. Okay, next. So last night, I went through the booklets one by one, recalling the program we had run with students over the years. And from the review, I tried to arrange and summarize them into these metrics. So most of JKTWS activities, unsurprisingly, took the form of design intervention, which is very design intervention, even though the theme were diverse, as you can see in the slide. But JKTWS also produced something quite authentic and unique, using a ritual, and this case wedding procession, as a form of spatial intervention. We also experiment with the tactical ideas, Some are temporary, like this time, this year JKTWS. Also temporary could be 1 year or more than 1 year, but we also have very short temporary project, the alternative helicopter, and others is extremely micro in scale, which is bricolage. I will explain later. So looking across all these JKTWS, I see a set of insight that can almost always be framed around 3 fundamental aspects of low community life, which is resilience, and then negotiation, and justice. Okay, next. Sorry. Okay, so we begin with JKTWS 2011 with understanding the factual condition of kampung. And for the first time, we understand that kampung is not chaotic, but layered with internal logic. Ambiguity of kampung allows the student, who are mostly outsider, we all outsider of kampung Chikini, except Monesan, and think about multiple interpretations. Kampung should not be judged by the absence of formality. Instead, kampung is seen as living infrastructure, so living infrastructure of community. And this understanding opens pathway for design that respect existing logics. And this led us to critical design question: how to negotiate transitions between building mass and open space, between public and domestic life, and between the natural and built environment by exploring Kampung Chikini through 3 main themes: the built environment and spatial quality, the natural environment and ecological quality, and lifestyle and cultural quality. So finally, the student selected 6 spots and proposed 6 ideas, which I don't have to explain one by one. Next. Okay. In Chikini, there is a small river called Kali Kroncong, which runs across kampung, which is very functional, but only as a garbage dump. Then we ask, can it be more than garbage dump? A community space maybe, or a place to enjoy coffee or tea in the bank of this small river? And these questions open up a lively discussion about the purpose and users of JKTWS 2012. On the other hand, we noticed that in Chikini, we saw children full of energy. They play anywhere, even in narrow alleys. Why? Because the playground is disappeared. We were questioning, what if the river itself become the playground? And we built a temporary giant swing above the river, above the small river, as a new symbol of Chikini to reclaim the river. But of course, now you cannot see this swing anymore, because this is very temporary, not more than 1 month. And it's interesting because most of the participants were children. Next. Yeah, okay, this is the situation. That's OKB Sensei with me. Okay, next. Okay, then JKTWS 2013. The key activity focused on our design-build collaborative project, Rumah Pintar. This project was based on the principle of permanent skeleton with informal skin. The structural skeleton had already been completed, and students were invited to take the challenge further to design the informal skin, build model, and present their idea. So the area for intervention was very small. Next. And finally, we organized a community voting session, allowing residents themselves to choose which design from these 3 options should be realized. Next. We also have the ceremony during the project opening at the time. We invite the tea ceremony master from Japan, and there are also Tanijiri, famous architect in Japan, and also the late Juhara, Ahmad Juhara. Okay, next. Okay, now JKTWS 2014. In the high dense packed housing condition, the first and the most obvious problems are lighting and ventilation, of course. And here the idea of a void appears as the most practical and at the same time generic solution. So we ask the student to focus on renovation rather than new construction, aiming to integrate the void concept into the real environment. The process begins with measuring each house and conducting interviews with the owners, house owners, to understand the everyday living problems. And based on this survey, they develop renovation proposal tailored to their specific needs. And these are some design idea from the student. Next. So for me, this was the most difficult JKTWS tip. How could they design a void for a cluster of houses that are already so compressed and occupied by different families? And the first step for students is realizing that they could not focus on single house, but had to think about groups of houses together. So the survey revealed that this cluster will often form around family ties. And only then did ideas for injecting voids begin to emerge, sometimes too advanced for the kampung housing context, as you see in this idea. So there is a lesson learned that cannot be denied. On paper, the concept of introducing voids may look highly promising, but in real life, its feasibility seems limited. Okay, next. So Kampung Chikini, as an informal settlement, lies outside the formal infrastructure planning framework, include water infrastructure. This means water supply and sanitation are rarely planned, and water managed only through minimal ad hoc intervention. And this sewage map, made by Gentasan, a Chiba University student who lived for 1 year doing research on water-related project. Next. So for intervention, students avoid to talk about the usual water planning system. Although talking about water system means you have to deal with infrastructure, but soon the student realized that grand master plan on water infrastructure were too hard to explore. And they also found that talking about water planning were too abstract for the community to grasp. And they discovered that residents were already living exactly where they wanted, having developed their own water system, however spontaneous and often incongruent with the formal spatial arrangement. Next. So this is the design idea, very architectural. Okay, it's not so infrastructure-like design. Okay, next. So now come to JKTWS 2016, which is focused on jalan inspeksi, or the inspection path along the river that mark the boundary between formal restoration and informal kampung life, especially in RT 7. And this space became the setting for a very special design idea, the wedding of Kazuki Ueda, a former student who once lived in the kampung for 6 months. So the students were encouraged to see border not just as physical or visual, but also social and symbolic. In this case, they worked narrow to designing the procession route and wedding installation along the bank of Ciliwung River. Next. And what stand out most was the community's response. The wedding preparation setting was organized through gotong royong or mutual aid, where everyone joined voluntarily. Next. This is another example of gotong royong. Next. And this was in the morning of the D-Day of wedding procession. The setting was prepared by the student who worked hand in hand with the community. Next. So the celebration became a unique event with strong drawing power, attraction locals and also outsiders. With full participant and joyful immersion, the wedding was more than successful. It showed how a border can turn into a powerful moment of unity and celebration. Next. The keyword of JKTWS 2017 was bricolage. I don't know, it's French, maybe bricolage or bricolage, I don't know, but that's bricolage. Reflecting how in dense kampung environments, resource scarcity drives residents to creatively reuse materials in everyday life. Next. So before intervening, students observe how bricolage shape community spaces, turning discard objects into architectural elements to overcome limitation. So students have 7 spots for the project, for this bricolage project. Next. So most example appeared in alleys and common open space, where students also choose to work. This project is really free from studio constraint. They engage directly on site, finding joy in the process, be spontaneous, be creative, have fun, and let things happen naturally, the spirit that defines the bricolage project. Next. So this is another team project. Next. Yes, this is another one. And this one is very interesting. The group which assisted by Ishikawa sensei, very interesting. People moving turns into music. So you can hear the music played by the children. Very interesting project. But this one is also temporary. You cannot find anymore, of course. So next. So there are other 3 programs in 2018, 2019, and 2020, but I cannot explain because the time limit. 2018 is about tactical celebration, and then 2019 is cashless trading, and then 2020 is about pandemic challenge, because at the time was Corona pandemic, so we have an online JKTWS. Okay, next. So what are the critical reflectives? So first, kampung resilience often be celebrated in terms of adaptability, creativity, and community spirit. But I try to highlight this but because there is a contradiction actually of what we have been done. Resilience cannot hide the limited infrastructure and the exclusion from formal planning. So the challenge is how to recognize resilience without overlooking injustice. The second one is design-build workshop. We've done also many times. Create visible improvement and community pride. But the impacts are often temporary, bound to short timelines and limited resources. We always done in 10 days. It's not enough actually. We have to follow Monet, maybe. The challenge is how to transform small intervention into long-term systemic change. And the third one is beyond romanticizing kampung, ingenuity and informality, there is the risk of exclusion, non-participant, and injustice in urban design. So the challenge is how can participation move beyond symbolic inclusion? So all these challenges highlight the tension between local ingenuity and structural constraint, between short-term intervention and long-term urban justice. Okay, so this is the last slide. I will read my concluding remark. The decade-long experience of JKTWS in Kampung Chikini demonstrate that while resilience embody community strength, they cannot substitute for systemic justice. Temporary interventions may inspire creativity and pride, but without structural reform, they risk becoming symbolic gesture. So moving forward, the challenge is to link the energy of small-scale participatory project with broader strategies of equity, inclusivity, and long-term transformation, so that kampung are not only celebrated for their adaptability, but also recognized as a rightful part of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ellisa. And I would like to call for Professor Kosuke Mizuno. No, please, Professor, please. Allow me to introduce you a bit first, Professor. Professor Kosuke Mizuno is a professor of development studies with Center for Southeast Asia Studies, Keio University. He's also political and economic coexistence affiliated professor. Professor Mizuno's expertise covers Indonesian area study, agricultural economic, labor economic, environmental economic. He published 2 books. One book published in 1996 is Rural Industrialization in Indonesia, a case study of community-based weaving industry in West Java. This book is very significant. It's been many times cited by scholars as well as by the FAO, that UN organization. Another book is Catastrophe and Regeneration in Indonesia's Peatland, published in 2016. Time and place is yours, Professor Mizuno.
Thank you very much for kind introduction. Today I want to talk about the issue of land right. You are a student of architect department. Of course, you know about land title, important of land title, property right, and that is you have known on Japan. Yeah, okay, yeah. Maju. In Japan, in Japan, of course, as you know, at the time of Chisokaise, land reform after the Meiji legislation, almost all Japanese are given the land title, and they are given the land certificate also, except the forest or area are measured and cadastral survey was completed. But Indonesia situation is so different. Not only Indonesia, but also in many developed countries, far different. So if you buy the land in Tokyo, you should register. You pay the amount of money, but you don't register, and another person register the land. That means the land belongs to another person. Also, you pay the money. Maybe if you bring the court, you can get the money back, but land title belongs to the person who have registered. But here, Indonesia, situation is so different. Actually, quite a limited area are already registered, and many areas not registered. So if no registration, how we can protect the land right? How we can guarantee the land right? That is the by community or the personal relation with neighbors or family or village and so on. With through those people's support, you can protect your land right. That is so strong customary tie. And also in Indonesia, not only Indonesia, many developing countries, so many state forests exist. State forests belong to the state. In Indonesia, 63% of land surface belong to the state. Also, 50 million people live there. So that is automatically appears the issue of land right overlapping. People have land right, but state have the land right, which are given the priority. So state land are protected by the state law, of course. On the other hand, how people protect their right, the customary law, that is through the personal tie, community tie, and so on. And not only the forest, but also in Jakarta, also we find many places where the land right overlap between the state or people or company and the people. So it actually many area that is unstable. Land title is unstable, but people live there. How they protect their land title? That is through the community. Community is so important. This is a survey by Pa Joko at Chikini. So here, Pa Joko said objective tenuous security and subjective tenuous security. It's quite a good term of subjective and objective. Yeah, but with our term, this is some official. This is cadastered. This is registered. They have land certificate issued by National Agrarian Office. So their land title is strong. They can win if that bring the code. Usually. On the other hand, how other area, 33%, those people certify their land with a Greek letter, inherit the right to build contract to sale, receipt or land transaction, and so on. So you can say majority of people protect their land with those letters. But those letters are not recognized by the state. State recognizes only this letter. This letter has a history. Each letter. For example, Greek letter start in the colonial time, and that Greek letter on the Greek letter we can find the letter. This letter does not guarantee the property right. This is only the letter to certify the payment of land tax. But anyway, there is a letter, so in many cases that is quite useful. But anyway, this letter is not through the cadastral survey, and no map on the letter also. So this is many cases useful, but that is not officially recognized. And as a letter also are not recognized by the state. This is a result of my survey in Riau province, Bucharest area. Now here, people in Bucharest use the SKGK, letter of land compensation, or when they buy the land, they make this letter. And SKT, surat keterangan tanah. In Java, there is a Greek letter, but in Sumatra, no Greek letter. This letter is useful. This letter is quite strong, actually. In this letter, they are witnessed by the people surround the land. If there is a land parcel, so north, south, west, east, 4 person witness this is belong to a person. And RT, head of neighborhood organization, LWA, upper level neighborhood organization, and Parura, village head. So actually, this is quite strong from the customary practice, customary law, but that is not registered. So this letter prohibited by forest department. Kairhaka to the village head. This letter is issued by the village office. So Kairhaka prohibit the village office, village head to issue this letter more. But actually, this is quite common. So here and here also the land certificate. This is issued by the National Agrarian Office. This is quite strong, but percentage only 9% in Riau. This is also my research survey result at Padang Island, Riau. There is a hectic land dispute there, and many land are evicted by the company for the timber plantation. And the company and state say you don't have letter. The letter is this one. This is the letter issued by the National Agrarian Office, and this is also issued by the National Agrarian. But the other letter is not issued by the National Agrarian Office, but issued by the village office or a neighborhood organization or kinship group. So if there are dispute, who owns the one land. Now, if the land is given this letter issued by National Agrarian Office, the right is protected by the state. But as a letter, state does not protect. Moreover, as a real Kairhaka Department of Forestry and Environment prohibit the issue of the letter. So as the case of Padang Island also, people who have those letters suffered because they are not paid the compensation so low, or land are evicted, and so on. So I would like to explain briefly the system of land right in Indonesia. Basic agrarian law is a fundamental law for the state agrarian system in Indonesia. Surprisingly, here is said that law base of agrarian system in Indonesia is adat law. Customary law is the base of Indonesian property right. That is the explanation by the law. And here also the earth, water, and the outer place, including natural resource content, they are controlled at the highest level by the state. That is, state control all area, and that base is customary right. So those discussion is based on the basic English discussion that is established by the Van Vollenhoven during colonial time. So those idea is used to strengthen the state that control the whole land, and people here don't have the European style property right. And this land legislation is conducted according with the development of the state. So land legislation is not conducted. Also, land legislation is thought to be important. Land legislation will be done according to the condition in the state or the society. So here we can say that the emergence of land with property right without land registration. Hak milik is the property right in Indonesia. Hak milik are not based on the land registration. And this is the explanation of customary right by Van Vollenhoven, that legal community and the member of the community can make use of the unused land within the territory of the communal right of disposition, and foreigner can make use of only the permission. The community cannot alienate this communal right. This can be seen strong customary law for state community cannot alienate the land to foreigner. That is, and also land that are land are not used by member of the community will belong to the community. So that is strong customary law that strong customary law that is established by the Frankfurt Hohen during colonial time on the customary law idea. Now, so we can say that in Indonesia, basic agrarian law stipulates that the land right are based on the customary right, and whole state are thought as a supreme body of customary law. So state control the land. So people have property right, hak milik, but that is far different from the European style, absolute and exclusive property right. That has social function. Also, if the land is not used, state can take the land. So we can say strong customary law umbrella exists, and the term hak rakyat is the land right for customary community like Badui, or in the remote area. Still there are many people who keep their traditional way of life. They keep the strong customary practice. That hak rakyat is the hak rakyat is the basic English that I explained. So hak rakyat is a strong customary law, but that is difficult to be recognized in today's politics or society. State does not recognize that right easily, and so it's not easy to practice the to implement the hak rakyat. But ordinary people's right are also customary one, because that are not registered. So those concepts that customary law is strong, customary law cover all area, and people can own the land based on the customary law. Those are product of long-term discussion from the colonial time. And okay. Yeah. So okay. They skip. So in Indonesia now, this is the somewhat European style, same with Japanese property right that are registered, and people have the land certificate. On the other hand, here is not the state land, but that are certified with customary letter, like Girik, Escate, and so on. People want to guarantee their right. People want to certify their land right. Those certification can be issued by the community, village office, or letter of inheritance. Letter of inheritance means the kinship organization. On the other hand, there are huge area of state land and state forest. Now here also there are many people, and so they have the issue of overlapping land right. So many in Jakarta also, everywhere we find the case of eviction, penggusuran. So land is taken over by the state. People expect the negotiation between the people and the state or the company should be done with matured way. But many cases, eviction is done by the state without consultation. So that makes the big issue. So those issues arise, and also we can say that people here are not protected by their land, are not protected by the state. Their land are protected by the community, or they can certify their land right through the network of network among the community, or network among the kinship people. Okay. So now, so this is you of course you know the kampong. Now, kampong is the residential area where strong communal tie exists, and they help each other, or many informal economy exists, and informal initiative have developed. And kampong has strong connection to the rural area. Those strong ties appear because many factors. There are many insecurity. Now, one of the insecurity is land right. If land right should be assured, of course. If you want to ensure the land right, you should have good relation with neighbors. Now, and also security is an important issue. Now, in Jakarta, it is not safe. No. So we should establish or certain the security, but security is not secured by the through state organization, state channel, but through the community channel. That is the practice of Ronda. So security of our security of land, or our life security also protected through the community. That is important source of the community tie. I'm now teaching at Salemba, so I have an apartment in Salemba condominium. There, no personal relation. When I stay in Tokyo, for the 5 years, no contact with neighbor. So individualized. In Jakarta, Chikini, so strong tie. But in Salemba, where there is a condominium, I want to give greeting to neighbor, but the neighbor neglect. Shake aja. So that is not the issue the ethnicity, Indonesian or Japanese. Issue of the social tie, issue of the social control or security of life, security of land right. In the condominium, land right is secured, of course. Security is secured because there are many guards. On the other hand, in residential area, people should still use the ronda or for land right, use the community tie, like, as I said. Yeah, okay. So from those strong tie found in Kampong, we imagine the idea of solidarity economy, global movement and alternative economic framework that prioritize the people, planet, and community over profit and competition, emphasizing cooperation, social equity, and environmental sustainability. Collaboration, cooperative, community, and collaboration, cooperative, community, like those ones. So collectively, people get together and collaborate. Those are terms of solidarity economy discussed. And the discussion of solidarity economy developed in Latin America mainly by workers or farmers. Yeah, but in Indonesia, we can imagine the solidarity economy among the Kampong people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that here is Chikini's main organization. Okay. Now this is my research at Bandung. There are many. There's a community-based industry, community-based weaving industry. There are many social ties based on the trust among the people. Okay. Yeah. You good? Very good. Yeah. Now, this is the weaving using the rejected thread. So that can be done the recycle industry. Okay. Yeah, one more. Now, this is the sportswear product used the second hand juki knitting. Reused. We can say so those recycle industry exists in the rural area. That is also one form of solidarity economy, I think. So we can imagine many way of solidarity economy's development, such as housing cooperative, and also with the idea of solidarity economy, we can make the system that can challenge the eviction in Jakarta. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So these parameters like that have been stressed by the community, and customary way does not always form the basic rate, but the customary law. Those community and kinship tie will support the base of informal public space, and the public space includes the area of housing cooperative, trade cooperative, and small business network that would have high value from the viewpoint of solidarity economy. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, Professor Mizuno. This actually sets up the very basic thing regarding informal space. Now, the next presenter will be Tomohiko Amemiya, the architect. Allow me to introduce him first. Mr. Amemiya is a first-class registered architect and president of our Urban Design Office, founded in 2017, following position of Colin Cut and Associates Design, Tokyo, and as director of Unity Design. A graduate of University Tokyo. He also studied in Lisbon and Ghent in Portugal and Belgium. Mr. Amemiya is also an assistant professor at Tokyo Metropolitan University and later teaching in some places such as Chiba University and University of Tokyo, Nihon University, ICS College of Arts, Showa Women's University, and Tokyo University of Science.
Or you can just like do it here.
Mr. Amemiya is a recipient of several awards, such as SD Review in 2013 and 2021, Zoom Nobel Group Award in 2014, Holcim Award Asia Pacific in the same year, AIJ Prize for Education in 2014. 2017, AIJ Architecture Institute of Japan, that is, Young Architect Award in 2018, Good Design Award in 2020, and Frame Award in 2021. So he believes in design that links research and practice to produce socially responsive, environmentally engaged, and contextually innovative architecture. Mr. Amemiya, time is yours.
Okay. Hello, hello everyone. Thank you very much for this good opportunity to make presentation for the JKT Workshop 2025. So let me start my presentation. Okay. My name is Tomohiko Amemiya, and I run my architecture office based in Tokyo called Urban Design Office. And I've been involved in this Jakarta workshop from 2011. So it's surprising that it's almost 15 years past. So for example, back in 2017, you see, I even joined the workshop with a broken leg like this. I'm still wearing yellow pants. But it's also a kind of nice memory, no? So today, I'd like to introduce a few projects I've been working in Japan. And along the way, touch on this workshop theme, informal public space. The first project I introduce is called a traveling forest. This project takes place in a forest in Taiki town on the northern island, Hokkaido. It's about 800 kilometers from Tokyo. It's so roughly the same distance from Jakarta to Bali Island. But it's very cold. Here, I'm organizing workshops under the theme, Leading the relationship between humans and forests through architecture or architectural actions. So generally, as I mentioned in the morning, as a diagram like this, we built with wood. We tend to use standardized commercial timber. In that process, we often forget about the forest where the wood originally came from. So in this project, however, we challenge ourselves to build directly within the forest, using trees as they are. We define architectural actions or architecture broadly as an artificial rearrangement or relocation of materials. For example, in our very first winter workshop, we cut down a 4.5 meter azukinashi tree near the border of the birch and oak groves, then lift it using braces and ropes. We placed the cut section on top of the neighboring trees, forked branch, and fixed it in place. This became the very first architectural structure we built in the forest, almost like a gate. Our workshops go through 3 stages: infrastructure, adaptation, and activity. Instead of satisfying the fixed function, we first create abstract symbolic infrastructure, then gradually scale down into specific activities. The goal is to deepen our direct relationship with the forest. So the structure you just saw first appears as an infrastructure within the forest like this. Then we explore how this infrastructure can be used. Sketch and thinking. So in the next workshop after the snow season, we built an adaptation like this. We placed several birch trunks horizontally, responding to the infrastructure. Using this adaptation, we played, ate, and spent time together in the forest. And different backgrounds naturally started doing different things in their own ways. And in the next winter, we bent birch trunks to create an arch-shaped infrastructure. Just bent. So in this case, we don't relocate, just bent to create infrastructure. So this too was another act of rearranging materials. Again, this arch-inspired infrastructure led to the creation of new adaptations, which provided sheltered resting spots within the forest. And me and my daughter. So in this way, we freely experimented with architecture in the forest, using different places and methods. Now, thinking about this in relation to today's workshop theme, can we consider the forest as a public space? I would say yes. Of course, after the precise lecture from Mizuno sensei, it's very abstract recognition. In fact, nature or the earth itself was originally something that belonged to no one, or rather belonged to everyone. So all public is nature. Over time, however, land became increasingly privately owned. And as private ownership multiples, conflicts and negotiations naturally arise. Yes. And theoretically, one might imagine that these negotiations could eventually balance themselves out. But in most cases, laws and regulations plays a role in fixing boundaries. When private interests are pushed to the extreme like this, we end up with a situation like this diagram, and people became trapped by their own boundaries. So this is where a third party like government steps in to define spaces that everyone can share. In other words, it's a formal public space. These are secure top-down or heteronomous, with rules which prohibit free private territorialization. Most public spaces in large cities are of this formal type, I think. But what about Chikini, Kampong Chikini? In Chikini, as shown in this diagram, land ownership is extremely complex. And the different people often make conflicting claims over the same plot of land. So ownership here is not neatly organized. Instead, it overlaps in complicated ways, creating a kind of over-ownership. Constant conflicts and negotiations shape people's understanding of where is a public space. And this is a very different process from how formal public spaces are created. So the potential of informal public space lies in the fact that they are formed bottom-up or autonomous, driven by the real urgent needs of the people who use them. Unlike formal public space, which are defined top-down or heteronomous by third parties, informal public space emerge organically. Whether it's the non-ownership, like forest, or the over-ownership, like in Kampong Chikini, it's crucial to recognize that space is at its original, essentially public. So now, I'd like to shift gears and introduce one of my ongoing architecture project in Japan. And the client is Nagano Prefecture, so it's a very formal commission. It's a new high school project in Nakano City, about a 2 or 3 hour train ride from Tokyo. It's an alluvial one, Senjochi town, no coastline, and heavy snow in winter. From Jakarta, it's like same distance as Bandung, something like this. Here's an aerial photo of Nakano City, and the yellow outline is the project site. Here's a closer look. Over the years, several high schools have emerged here, leaving all the buildings densely packed together. Because of population decline, this school will soon merge with another nearby, becoming one large high school. So here's replacing the old buildings with the new ones, as shown here. The new school buildings are designed to connect with the existing ones through a continuous circulation path, creating a rich open learning environment. The new school will be called Nakano Sogogakka High School. Sogogakka is a kind of integration of many disciplines. It's not a typical high school. It offers specialized programs in welfare, architecture, civil engineering, business, and mechanical engineering, and such kind. To connect all these diverse fields, we propose the learning passage at the heart of the campus. The learning passage in the center is a large, open one-room space, 8 meters wide, 10 meters high, and 80 meters long. It links all the different facilities and acts as infrastructure for cross-disciplinary interaction. Here's a perspective view of the interior: movable bookshelves, open study spaces, and natural light create a very library flexible environment. And structurally, we are using the steel frame system combined with timber bracing and walls. It's a kind of hybrid structure of steel and wood, creating the both strength and warmth. On the first floor of the learning passage, the timber wall acts as a seismic wall, but also serve as a surface of posters, lectures, and projections. It's an active multifunctional space. We also made several proposals for outdoor spaces. At the school's main entrance, we are designing an open plaza, a place where school and city meet. There will be no tall fences or heavy gates, and from the street, people will be able to see directly into the school. Facing the plaza, we are planning a cafe called Nakano Cafe. It's open to both students and local residents, displaying student projects and encouraging community engagement. But here's the challenge. The plaza is a private school land, so making it truly public is not simple. We are being in ongoing discussion with the school and the prefecture about how open this space can be. And technically, it's a formal public space. But as I mentioned earlier, top-down public space don't always work well. To address this, we decided to test informal public space during the 5 years before the construction finishes. We set up a satellite design office about 5 minutes walk from the site. We renovated an 85 years old wooden house and turned it into a place where anyone can casually drop by. The owner, a long-established kimono shop in this area, with plenty of property in this area, kindly let us use it for free. Because the space is free, we don't own it in spirit either. So it feels like a shared place that belongs to everyone. Here we are experimenting and discussing what the Nakano Cafe should become, a place truly open to the community. So maybe it's a kind of informal public space, I think. So I believe there's a real value in experimenting with informal public space, even when we are working on formal public space projects. It helps us understand real needs before making permanent decisions. So finally, this is it's almost last slide. This is my design office in Tokyo. It faces the street, the State Street, and has a small open space in front. Sometimes we organize tiny markets and selling bread using books or local crafts. Here's what it look like every day. So it looks very simple, but actually run light is very complex. So white side is owner is Inuma-san, and we are renting. And here's a state road, but we put our plantations on the road. And next to our plantation, the state plantation, or such kind of mixed situation. So this kind of, we have created an ambiguous open space, not quite private, not fully public. This everyday practice of soft open spaces is something I learned from Campus Chikini, though it's not as complex as Chikini, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amemiya, for sharing with us your experiments, actually, through design, in which you try to create something that reminds me what Henri Lefebvre termed as social space. Now, after this, this session 1, at the end of this session 1, we'll have Professor Hajime Ishikawa. Now, let me find his. Now, Professor Ishikawa is professor in the Faculty of Environmental and Information Studies at Keio University, and a member of Graduate School of Media and Governance. He graduated from the Department of Landscape Architecture, Faculty of Agriculture, Tokyo University of Agriculture, and worked at the Architectural Design Headquarters of Hajime Corporation. He also worked at Helmut Obata and Kassebaum in St. Louis Plan Group and the Design Department of Landscape Design Company Limited before assuming his position that he has now since April 2015. Professor Ishikawa conducted research and education in the design of external environments, cartographic representation, and regional landscapes. He has quite a lot of publications such as Landscape as Thought, On Invitation to Earth Science in 2018, which won the 2019 Institute of Landscape Architecture Prize in the book category. He also published Landscape book in 2012, revisiting Konwajiro's Japanese folk houses, which he co-authored with Rikisekai Heibunsa, 2012, which also won an award, the Architectural Institute of Japan Book Award, and Konwajiro Prize from the Japan Society of Rifology. And there are other publications by him. Professor Ishikawa?
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, thank you for the okay. Thinking about the trying to talk about the personal public or something other than public, I would like to introduce some case in Japan and United Kingdom. I will talk about the garden and landscape as a contrast concept. Landscapes are, I know landscape and also the public and private is wide. It's hard to define, but let's say landscapes, institutions, and users experience them as facility. And gardens are like created and maintained by individuals. The gardener sit within the garden and do themselves inside. But when many gardens get together, they can form a somewhat public landscape. In Japan, with a shrinking population and also it's hard to spend more money to a public facility, maintaining public space is becoming harder, both financially in terms of manpower. And what happens is more parks are adding commercial facilities to support their park. So recently, many Starbucks are installed to hold and support the public park. So public park is becoming like a Starbucks front yard. So they can use the public park. Only they can, order the latte. So what's the public in case of this, ne? And from a perspective of open space management, I think the personal gardens also offer valuable hints. Individual gardening keeps greenery alive in the city, as seen also in Chikini Kampun. The green is maintained by individual. So it's like I was inspired from the previous discussion that the issue is not the public versus private, but you have to look into a good combination of top-down and bottom-up. And I think this is somewhat a good example of keeping somewhat public space with a somewhat private effort. And gardening, because of the size and the way of maintenance, it adapts quickly to environmental change. And also, it's not rely on the shape or size of a site. It's independent and space or size of shape. This is Toe Jutaku in Japanese. It's a public housing project. It used to be in Aoyama area in center of Tokyo. And former public housing complex where residents divided to outer space into small plots for personal gardens without any permission from the authorities. Residents just started gardening the open space. And the result is a large green area maintained autonomously. No maintenance cost for the authority. It was surprising. It was a very interesting landscape. This is what used to be. This is the building. And these are, gathering of a private garden. No public landscape cost. And someone decided to put the steps here. So it's not the official path or anything, but it's suddenly there. The building project itself has completed in late 50s, 1950s. And in several years, we interviewed two residents, and they said Tokyo City didn't do nothing to improve the open space, so we had to do it. And this is unofficial hedge, but also edible. And this is unofficial tulip garden, maintained by residents. These gardens are so interesting. We often went there to record and to draw the surveyed those gardens. One day, the apartment is so old, they didn't have bathroom. And Tokyo, city of Tokyo decided to install the bathroom later. And to do the construction, they had to clear the residence garden. So the ground in front of the building was cleared. But what residents did was the residents moved their garden plants into pots to protect them and moved it. And they kept it while the construction. And once the construction ended, they restored the garden. It was amazing sight. What they did was to restore the plot first, and then they planted what they kept, the garden plot. This is several months later, a year later, 3 years later. They are good at gardening, so the restoration was so smooth. And this was the survey we did. These light greens are the plants residents planted and kept. And these green plot, those dots were planted by Tokyo Metropolitan Housing Authority. So it's like the rest of it took the residents. They took the rest of it. The width of garden is rely on the width of the housing unit, and also they started even area, but some gardens cannot maintain well, so residents give it to the next to someone who is good at garden, and then that merges the garden. And so after the many years, the gardening was formed like this. It's an aerial photo of just before the demolition. In 2020, the whole housing development was rebuilt, and outside space was reconstructed and opened as a public green area, like this. So it became the public landscape. It is, we can say, we can call it the public space, but we have to, I cannot stop to think about what's the public, what's the private. I don't, it's a discussion material. The another example, it's called National Garden Scheme. In the England, National Garden Scheme, it started in I think 1920s or so. Utilized British love of gardening, and so it's run by the organization and who collects the money, admission, to support the medical something, and to register, people register their private garden to National Garden Scheme, and to register it, local staff come to inspect the those gardens, is qualified. So to be registered, plant and design quality, maintenance level, owner's hospitality, parking availability, and tea or plant sales or any bonus are available, something like that. So to be registered as for their garden, to be registered as a national garden scheme is very honor. So it accelerates the gardener's motivation to keep it very up. So you can search the National Garden Scheme, or you can download the app and look for the nearby garden. And almost through the year, you can find the open garden in England anywhere. And owners open their garden once a year, so it's not a very hard task. And if it's a sign of a yellow, and you can go to those public private garden. Sometimes they have like tea, and sometimes they sell the plants. For visitors like us, the look of individual private gardens shapes the national landscape image. It's a very interesting phenomena. It's not the planned, the huge landscape. It's like the experience of each private garden. But when I come home from the United Kingdom, my image of the national landscape of United Kingdom is made with the private gardens. So this is sort of an interesting way to look at how to composite the landscape of public. And this is my last slide. Those small gardens. So you need to keep it up to maintain the importance of private gardens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ishikawa. Now it's time for me to summarize. This is a difficult part, actually, to summarize 4 interesting subjects here. From Professor Ellisa, we saw how small action informs bigger picture of a mega city, and that's what that is the point of the whole of this Chikini Kampung work. And she also provided us with insight that informality implies creativity. So now, from Professor Mizuno, we actually learn about the real situation regarding land ownership in Indonesia, which is rather, as shown in this presentation, very complex. That is, I think, it seems to me, and I think Professor Mizuno also tried to convey that this is the result or the effect of colonialism and decolonialization of Indonesia, and even though both colonialism and decolonization were long time ago, but the effect is still here, and in fact the way we it affects the state of land ownership in this country, where a lot of overlappings happen. Now, from Mr. Amemiya, as an architect, he experimented with in creating public space. He saw, I think very acutely, he saw that formal public space is created through government edict, but there is a potential, another potential of creating informal public space, which has to be done through a bottom-up kind of process. And he experimented with in several projects that he presented in his presentation. which is very interesting that his experimentation, including the one in Tokyo, the last one that he showed, actually an attempt to create a what Henri referred term as social space, in which, in the way he's put it, the way Mr. Amemiya put it, ambiguous, this ambiguity in which the space is not fully private but not fully public, but it creates that potential for this for having this dialogue between the public and the private. And Professor Ishikawa, through his contrasting of garden and landscape, also underlined, I think, in his presentation, what is underlined is the agency of the public, the citizens, in creating the informal space through gardening. Well, gardening is an act that, apparently has a potential to create this very interesting informal space that can be used by all. All right, so now I think it's time for me to invite Professor Ellisa, Professor Mizuno, Mr. Amemiya, and Professor Ishikawa to come here with me. So this is a question and answer session. So if you like to ask any question, or I don't know, want to have discussion with the four respected guests here, please do so. It's time for that. And the way we do it is, let's make it direct. Please introduce yourself when you want to ask or comment or something. Just go for it, just ask or comment, and right away, please mention to which one of them that you want to direct your question or comment, and they will give you answer right away. So it's like direct, So I'm not going to do like take 3 questions first and before answer, but let's do it directly. Anybody wants to ask something to start, actually? Please. Just raise your hand, don't worry. Yeah, please.
Thank you for interesting presentation. I learned a lot about a lot of things, and I would like to ask one question of Ellisa Sensei. I was wondering that you mentioned about the time limit and like temporariness of this Jakarta workshop intervention, and then now we're discussing about public. It's kind of the concept are very difficult to achieve. And I was wondering, is there any certain elements that you have done in Jakarta at this workshop from 2011? And is there any, at least like 1 or 2 elements that now exist in Kampong? Like that we intervene and now affected to the Kampong life, and now, I just want to know what's the element that affects Kampong from our workshop.
Baik, Bu Ellisa, silakan langsung dijawab.
Thank you, Mas Aki-san. So I mentioned about time limits. JKTWS usually only 10 days, but actually we also have long-term project. You know that, something like 1 year, and my presentation is half about Chikini, but actually should be connected with this long-term project. Like Rumah Pintar, you know, we have Rumah Pintar is long-term project, and then during JKTWS, we asked the student to design a kind of additional aspect of this Rumah Pintar, and then we can see the result. But unfortunately, Rumah Pintar is hijacked now, you know that. So, but when we talk about small intervention, because most of our project for design, mostly design, I mean on paper, right? So we do something and then we design at campus and then present to the community. There's no trace for that, right? So half of our project is about that. But we also have ritual, which is no trace, of course. But I think the trace is not always physical, because I noticed that the community now, they are so proud of themselves. Yeah, they are very open for foreigners. You know, Mas Baim, yesterday he speak English. I was so surprised. Even, I don't know how many times meet with Japanese, maybe the influence of Monet maybe, but Monet speak Indonesian very well now. So I think the trace not always physical, even our long-term physical project now has been hijacked. And Balikini, you know, the people also think that they have to change the design, etc. We say that some part of our building is failed, so we need to improve. You know that Balikini, only the first floor is successful. The second floor, the third floor, unsuccessful. It's designed by architect. Rumah Pintar, we have to realize the fact that after Rumah Pintar finish, there's a kind of distance between people and Rumah Pintar itself, because it's very architectural, very academic. But like PAUD, Pak Heri also here, he built PAUD. They are very familiar with PAUD. So PAUD is a kind of kindergarten, hoikuen in Japan. They are really familiar with that, so they can use that. But Rumah Pintar, community building, they don't know what the function of this building. Not only that problem, but also the design itself. We have to admit that. So when you ask about the time limit and the trace, that's the answer. Maybe Amemiya-san could add? No? Because you also do something. You have the responsibility.
I found the remaining of 2017's workshop, the PET bottles planter on the wall. Still used. And so PET bottle is very, looks very weak, but plastic lasts long. Interesting. So the this time's PET bottle planter, they will live long once they grab the user's heart. So it's I'm looking forward to it.
I want to add something. Yesterday, Okabe-sensei mentioned about the Hebel, which just leave it like that. And then Amemiya-san worry that then somebody could be stolen that because it's public, you know. So everything which nobody care will become public. Because I also built MGK, close to helicopter toilet, and only 30% finished. But then 2 years after that, it all finished. Even the concrete, somebody demolished and take the iron. So everything which no one take care, then it will be vanished and become public, means everybody can own that property. Yeah.
I do feel I was welcomed by simple people, and that's the social capital that we have been creating since 2011. I mean, like, even my first time coming here, the Kampong people were very acceptable and welcoming. That I felt that means that you are being the social capital. Not physical, but there is some trading from the Thank you. Anybody want to ask or comment?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rini. Thank you for the presentation. I'm really interested with the last presentation about making the garden, starting from a small plot of land, but then becoming a national agendas. After you experience Chikini, I suppose, what do you think? What kind of challenge or maybe potentials to be developed in such a densely populated area like Chikini? Maybe you have an opinion on that one. Thank you.
Interesting question. I have to think about it. But we can experience Chikini, and then we can take it back to every country which we belong. So it's not specific thing I can not say, but that's one way to spread the Chikini garden, I think. Yes, yeah. So I think I start planting my plants into a pet bottle.
Oh.
Or something like that.
Professor Ishikawa, you show us the gardens and the landscape. I would like to know whether you have already made a research on the vertical garden. It's not green, vertical green, but vertical garden. Yes. Have you ever made that research or probably go to that direction later on? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'm interested in. I'm interested in vertical garden, but it is technically difficult in Japan to grow the beautiful vertical garden than here or in Singapore because of the climate. And here, the vertical garden can be grown more easily. So in Japan, if you do that, you need to install the irrigation system or some kind of fertilizing system to keep it garden. So I would like to research the vertical garden here, but I am waiting for climate change because in Tokyo, things are more hotter recently. So in few years, we can grow the vertical garden like in Jakarta. Actually, it's cooler here. So I'm looking forward to it. Rooftop garden, rooftop garden, we have the same problem. And also, it's too hot. but so we need the intensive irrigation system to keep it. But so to install as a part of architecture is a tough job. But sometimes people grow gardens in pot on roof, and so if the climate continue to change and we have more rain, things might get better.
One must be very expensive.
Yes. They spend many resources to keep it up.
Thank you for your short lectures. And for me, it was Amemiya mentioned violence between some private spaces. When we mention the negotiation or intervention in such as in kampong area, I think it includes some violence or between the residents. So, but yeah, in all communities, there are in all communities have some small conflict, and the residents try to solve it, some small problems. But we should solve this conflict by using conversation or using words, but sometimes it's impossible. So sometimes we need to use violence. We cannot solve all problems by only conversations. But when such small violence become big, it can be like a war, as we experienced during our stay, such as demo. So when you accept, if you accept these conflicts, I think, in my opinion, we should put some lines. To what degree you accept this violence? How do you think? Yeah.
You mean somebody should define the boundary from this side violence, from this side conflict?
Yeah. It's impossible to set absolute line to accept violence, but in my opinion, we should put personally some to what degree we should accept in ourselves.
So,
or do you think we have another way to solve the problem using words, or in addition to using words or using violence, or some other ways of negotiation too?
Yeah, it's maybe we are sharing the same sense of viewpoint, maybe. So maybe we cannot have the clear answer for that kind of sense. Actually, for Rumah Pintar, we noticed that the violence is becomes strong in informal settlement comparing to formal zone. of a city. So it's a kind of a shadow side of the informal settlement. Actually, we can stay in the city in daily life safely. We are happy because of formal law or regulation system, I think. So, but why we think informality as kind of a 魅力的, it's very charm. It's not because it's just free, but they can, the people in informal sector can understand the public space, understand that it's not given. Through the process, the public space is understood day by day. That process itself, I really want to believe. So, of course, in case some violence happen, the formal procedure should arise. But I don't like the attitude that, for example, in Japan, some problem happen. Many commentators says, please decide the line. Please decide the line. In any case, in TV commentator show, I don't like such attitude. I want to keep the void というか余白 for discussion. I still believe it.
I want to give some comment. Yeah, violence cover the many area, or both in the urban area. I think we see many cases in Indonesia, the term kroyok. If there are a person who steals a motorbike and the person is catched by neighbor, he will be killed. Or in Indonesia, that is called kroyok or main hakim. That is quite common in the society. Yeah, so the kangaroo in Indonesia, yeah, in English, kangaroo lynch. That is naburi goroshi. Naburi goroshi, lynch. Lynch is quite common in Indonesia. So people avoid those situations, and so everybody have the sense to avoid. But some people do steal the chopet, steal the pass of other person, or steal the motorbike, and once the person is catched, he will be kroyok or kangaroo lynch. So there are balance security or surveillance and safety. So if we obey, if we be aside from the corridor or the normal way, and if we are misunderstood as a thief, we will be lynched. But we are Japanese. Maybe people don't think that he is kroyok. He is stealer. So even now there are many post ronda everywhere in urban area. We find the guard station post ronda, and they do surveillance at night. And people pay some amount of money to hire the ronda guard, or people themselves join the ronda. And once we catch the thief, of course, people will do the lynch, kroyok, main hakim. That is common. And once police can appear, can pray. If there is a kroyok and a robber will be killed, that is, of course, that is not
expected. So police will stop the killing. So until that way, the existence of police control. So even now the security is controlled by the society or people, and the feeling of security. And there is of course there are conflict in the society, and once there is a conflict, there is a sense of musyawarah mufakat. Now we negotiate, but when we do negotiate, violence will be involved. Violence involved, but we negotiate, and the case will be settled with a way of mufakat, the consensus. So process of musyawarah mufakat, deliberation and consensus involves the violence, and also to control the security in the society. Once there is a robber, he will be beaten or maybe killed by, and the killing will not be charged by police. Maybe people ask who killing. Maybe people who don't know who grow up. So that feeling is quite different from Japanese sense. So we should avoid those violence, I think.
Add a little bit because I present about Rumah Pintar, which is quite nice. You see the picture, but now if you see the condition is really bad because it's been hijacked. And yesterday I asked Pak RW why he keep silent, and the community also keep silence. He said that we don't want to be involved with this Yakuza or mafia. But we just waiting somebody will have the problem with him, and then he can get into the jail. So finally, this Yakuza fighting with others, not with kampung people, and then eventually now he entered the jail. That's the way people solving the violence. Sometimes they just keep silent and just wait, okay? Because they don't have to involve with somebody, with him. So just waiting another person, maybe outsider, have the problem with him, and then it's solved. So it's a very interesting way on solving this violent problem, because you are talking about border and violence regarding the border. Because Rumah Pintar now is expanded into, just like I don't know, it's expand into other place, not only Rumah Pintar. Tomorrow you can see the space. Yeah, that's maybe answer in the case of Chikini.
All right, due to the time limitation, I have to stop this session now. However, I do suggest for any of you, especially the students, if there are other questions or comments that you would like to convey to the presenters here, please come to them directly. Okay, I'm sorry. And for Professor Ellisa, Professor Mizuno, Professor Ishikawa, and Mr. Amemiya, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, minasan, we're going to take 10 minutes break. So we're going to restart the panel discussion in 15, 20, 25. Sorry for Pak Kamil dan Prof. Yandi. So we're going to start a little bit late. Sorry. We're going to restart at 1:25. 1:25. second panel discussion soon. So please be seated.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? I think it's time for us to be back to the presentation and discussion. So please be seated. Because we're going to start very soon.
Udah diisi. Udah siap itu baterai ada berapa? Dilihat aja dulu. Kan ada. Masih ada nggak baterainya?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I start now for the presentation?
Minasan, please be seated. We're going to start soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker will be Professor Jun Sato, and I must introduce you to him. Although some of you already know him, in fact, some of you are his students. Professor Jun Sato is a distinguished architect and academic based at the University of Tokyo, where he is graduated from with a PhD in engineering. Professor Jun Sato has collaborated with architects such as Su Fujimoto, Kengo Kuma, and Junya Ishigami. For instance, Professor Sato collaborated in extreme nature for the 2008 Venice Biennale, and balloon with Junya Ishigami, House NA and Naoshima Pavilion with So Fujimoto, Sunny Hills, Japan with Kengo Kuma. Professor Sato specializes in the intersection of architectural structures and socio-cultural environmental design with an expertise in ultra-weight structures and reinforcement methods that significantly influence contemporary structural engineering. He also holds a workshop at Stanford University in California. Now, for that, without further ado, please, Professor. Yeah.
Selamat sore. Thank you so much for the introduction. This time, I will show you the. Can you switch the screen? transparent structures providing komorebi naturalness. I'm always collaborating with architects and looking for the way to compose the structure with a very slight element, thin or slender element, to make it transparent. And in these years, I'm feeling that kind of transparent structures work as filter against the environmental elements like lights or sounds or air or something else. The komorebi is the term, Japanese term, showing the sunlight comes through leaves in the woods. When we hear the sound, when we hear komorebi, we can imagine a very comfortable space in the forest. Or we have the term sazanami or seseragi. Those terms are showing the very comfortable space for Japanese people. And so I'm looking for the way to create the natural space, even in the big city, with the structural design. In that case, to make the structure transparent, composing a very thin element, with thin elements, we have to optimize the shape based on the structural performance. The basic way of structural optimization is like this. This is a project in the Netherlands. The park grew to Fibersburg with the architect Junya Ishigami. You can see the sketch. It's an extended triangle shape it has. And the structure could be just a glass wall or around here. This glass wall is supporting the roof and resist the wind load. Earthquake is not so big, so just the wind load is the critical matter. You can see the curved glass is supporting the roof, and the flat glass is very weak. But if you give the curvature, it comes much stronger. So depends on the load distribution, we can control the curvature. So if the load is big, the radius should be small. So depends on the load distribution. We can adjust the curvature. That is the one of the way of optimization. And also the beams, you can see the construction site. These timber beams are located. And so the spacings or angles of the beam can control the load distribution as well. So onto the glass wall, or if the load is too big, we can move the location of the beam to avoid that kind of load concentration. So the assemblage of the beam and the curvature of the wall, or just those two geometrical parameters, could be the controlling, could be the geometrical parameters to control or the form. And finally, we could find a solution. And finally, the glass could become just 1 centimeter. It is double glazed against because of the insulation. But for the safety, the structure can be just single or 1 centimeter glass wall. And another case of the form finding, it is not really optimization. I think I can say it is the form finding. The Kite Plaza, also with the architects Junya Ishigami, is like this. This is not computer graphics. This is a real photo. This is in the university. Kite is the Kanagawa. I forgot. Kanagawa Institute of Technology, right. And it has 50 meters, 80 meters, almost rectangle floor plan. And against the 50 meters span, it is sagging 4 meters. And the floor is also sagging like this, parallel to the roof. And because of the single, and the roof is composed just the single plate, steel plate. It has only 1.2 centimeter thick. So, so you can see this is the real proportion of the roof. Because of 50 meters, 80 meters span, the wall will be pulled so much. So for the reaction, we had to locate the big volume of concrete for here. And the roof, the performance, structural performance of the roof is a little complicated because the blue arrows are showing the tension. But we decided to make it a little shallow, so we had to accept a little compression for that. Because of that compression, on the edge, the buckling happens like this. So to avoid this buckling phenomenon, we had to locate the structural or stiffeners. You can see on the right hand. These are the stiffeners to strengthen the steel plate. And these are the construction site of the steel. 200 sheets of plates are welded. So many lines of the welding line they had to weld. But finally, they could have done. They could complete, and we could complete. It could be. The two-way catenary roof could be completed like this. And for the roof, it is perforated. The top lights, on the top lights, there are no glass. So on the rainy day, it looks really waterfall or happens here. But you can enjoy anyway. And so, structural optimization algorithm I have developed is applicable to some other many shapes. For structural optimization, this kind of polyhedral shape is typical one. How it can be convexed or concaved will be adjusted against the structural performance. And in this case, we can consider several load scenarios, not only gravity with a seismic load or wind load or snow, or at the same time we can consider. And it is called objective functions, the value to estimate the structural performance. It can be safety ratio, or buckling safety ratio, or due to material strength, or buckling phenomenon, or sometimes distribution of the energy absorption during the vibration of the earthquake. Anyway, we can. I will show you the sample demonstration of the automatic optimization. At first, when we calculate the safety ratio of this polyhedral shape, it shows 1.53. If it is over 1.0, or it is too weak. You can see the red elements showing too weak. And here you will see the optimization, automatic optimization. It is looking for the shape. It cannot be shown. the process cannot be shown, but all right, the final solution could be shown. You can see no red, orange, yellow elements are gone. Just the blue and green, very safe elements you can see. So final shape could be, it could have the safety ratio 0.69, much lower than 1.0. So you can construct this shape. You can see that shape. Sorry, it is not here. The final shape is not drastically changed from the initial shape. So when the architects told me if it is possible to build that polyhedron shape or not, at first I would say it is 1.5 times hard to construct. But with just a little adjustment, we can construct. We can make it possible to construct. So the optimization works like that. This is also the polyhedral shape done in Naoshima Pavilion with architect So Fujimoto. Or the free form, free surface is another typical shape applicable for optimization. Or this is the tower project in Sydney. It has 50 meters tall, or looks like a ribbon. Ribbon is floating in the air. It is called a cloud arch, with also the architect Junya Ishikawa. And this kind of stacking, it is not clear, sorry, but this kind of stacking shape is applicable also. The hundreds of elements you can see here can be stacked. And how to stack will be the geometrical parameter to optimize. A little more simple way is like this. This is the house project, but very small rooms are located in different height. So you can see the slabs are not located on the different heights. So the slabs, height of the slabs can be the geometrical parameter to optimize. And so this is a house in Tokyo. It will get a big earthquake, but the steel structure or steel columns could become just 5.5 centimeter. It is very thin in Japan. You can see how transparent structure we could achieve. And right now, I'm very focusing. I have interest in very much interest in local optimization. That is, for example, the dimples on the thin plate, or grooves or wrinkles, or reinforce the thin plate very much. And once my student, around 6 years ago, the flower dimples works well, my student found. So for thin metals or glass plate, we can scatter the flower dimples, and we can make, I would like to make the single glass dome with free shape. And you can see when we scatter the flower dimples, it comes stronger and stronger here. The vertical axis is showing the buckling strength. And so how we can create the form, we have to develop the construction technique as well. Using the timber joinery, this kind of timber structure is possible right now. This is Sunny Hills with architect Kengo Kuma. Here, the pineapple cake shop in Japan, in Tokyo. It could be composed with this shaggy timber structure. For this joinery, it had to be carved in a very tricky way, like this, very sharp concave shape. The carpenters should carve. But the carpenters have really the good technique. But usually in these years, they cannot show you their skill, or because the construction cost is getting higher, so people will make the timber joinery simple. So when I proposed this timber joinery, carpenters could become very delightful to carve thousands of joinery for this project. And it is getting more complicated and complicated. For the pergola in Vancouver, I have proposed this shaggy shape, and the timbers should be interlocked in a free angle and free twisted angle. You can see this interlocked shape. To make it feasible, we have to carve inside here like this. You can see it is hard to carve using CNC right now, but the carpenters can carve this by hand. And the project in Vancouver is postponed, so I have made a shelf in my school, like this, using just 2 centimeter timbers. It is crossing in a free angle. You can see it is crossing very narrow angle, so it is hard to carve. But you can see the carpenters can carve it by hand. But this shape is generated by my student using the parametrical design. And one of the students has tried to carve it using 5-axis CNC. And it is still a little rough, but it is getting closer to the carpenter's work. So I hope in these several years he could make it clean work using this CNC. And for komorebi space, looking at these structures, I could feel, or I can provide the komorebi sunlight inside the building. So that in that way, we can make the natural space, I guess. I'm trying to use a 2-dimensional power spectrum method. The 2-dimensional power spectrum is like this. You can see from this komorebi photo, or the spectrum comes like this. And I'll skip the theory. And what we can try is we can make the spectrum catalog. You can select the photo as you like and draw convert them into spectrum. You can see the spectrum will show very different way. And what we can try is the structure or something graphic design can become close to the target spectrum. For example, this glass structure could become really close to this komorebi spectrum. Or the sunny hills I showed, the spectrum looks like the trees in the forest, like this. So, the structure using the very thin fabrics is showing similar to the trees or pampas grass. Mixed these spectra or mixed, like looks like. So not only structural design, graphic design, you can apply this method. And in this way, I think we can provide the natural space with the structure. And what natural structure is I love this tree house. I wanted to visit in this visit, but I think it takes around 7-9 days to get there, right? Please bring me to there. I request for you someday. In Papua Island, Korowai tribe builds the treehouse 30 meters up in the air, right? And in India, northern India, in Meghalaya, they create the root bridge. It is a living root. They pull the root and weave into bridge. And because it is living now, still living, it comes thick. So it comes hard and strong, I heard. The long one has around 50 meters bridge. All right. Right. And so using the technology, digital technologies, I think we can build the timber structures like this. And I will skip this. There's a way to use metal-free shape, using metal. I'm developing the facade structure, using the tensegrity structure like this. This is stainless steel. Like this. And this is the glass structure I showed you. Using just square glass, it can be assembled in a random way. And finally, it could become really similar to commodity spectrum. And for the because we can make this kind of lightweight structure, lightweight and transparent structure like this in the workshop, and quickly we can build when we use this kind of lightweight structure. So for the supporting project, not only here in Chikini, in Argentina, or in Sao Paulo, or in my lab, we have done the supporting project. And also for using this kind of lightweight structure, we are developing now the base camp on the moon. So this is a real project, not really practical project, but in these couple of years, it will become a practical project. You can see the base camp on the moon like this. On the edge of crater, there's a pillow-shaped habitation module here. And you can see the photovoltaic panels, like fan, is located. So right now, the NASA and JAXA, the Japanese NASA, and all over the world, we're looking. The target site should be South Pole on the moon. And also, there's a big hole found on the moon. You can see the biggest one has around 100 meters diameter. It is good for habitation because we can prevent the meteorites or radiation or temperature gap. So we can live inside the hole or the lava tube like this. And anyway, for this structure, you can see the flower dimples, making the aluminum plates thin and light. And for this structure, I have developed the full scale or partial or but full scale or mockup, and succeeded to inflate using the air. And for the it has the vegetation area as well. And for the pilot module, pilot exploration, for a very small one, I would like to send it to the moon in these 4 or 5 years. So this is a very small one. It might have only around 2 to 4 meters. And it deploys like this. Yeah, for the test. The pillow part will have just only 1 meter. So it should be very small. Because on the South Pole there's an eternal sunny area, so it is good for photovoltaic system, and also on the South Pole or at the bottom of the crater, it is always shadow. So people are expecting there will be more water molecular of the water will be there. All right, this is the final. So developing the lightweight and ductile structure, that is, we are thinking of the natural space, but also I'm thinking this kind of lightweight and ductile structure can prevent death in the event of a collapse if it is enough lightweight. So when we think of the natural space, I'm feeling we're also at the same time we're thinking of saving people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sato, for a very inspiring presentation in which you actually showed the potential for lightweight structures, not only for all the projects that you showed, but also in all sorts of situations and contexts, such as, well, kampung included, of course. Now, the next speaker will be Mr. Kamil Muhammad, who, when he took his master's degree, he was a student of Kim Dovi. Mr. Muhammad is the director of, please forgive me to if I mispronounce it, like, should I pronounce it as Paul or what? All right. Which is his practice, really. He's an architect with extensive experience working with private, public or government, academic and non-profit establishments and community stakeholders. He was the lead architectural design collaboration for cooperative housing at Kampung Susun Kunir between 2017 to 2020. Mr. Muhammad is a recipient of the EAI Award. EAI is Indonesian Institute of Architects. EAI Award in 2024, and the award by Future Architects 2024, Lafarge Holcim Award Asia Pacific in 2017. Mr. Muhammad is also a co-founder of Arsitektur Zang Frontier Indonesia. So I invite Mr. Muhammad to be here, please.
Oke. Timer siapa?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? Yeah, all good? Okay. My name is Camille, and I'm just thinking, hold on, I think we're setting up the slides. Okay. So I think I've met some of you back in Tokyo last month. So it's great to see familiar faces here again. I don't know how to top the previous presentation by Professor Jun, so please don't get your expectation too high. But at the same time, I would like to welcome you once again to Jakarta. And this is going to be your second welcome, because you've been here for a few weeks now, and you saw how Jakarta was when it's during its peaceful times, when you worked in Chikini with the people whom you've known, at least Professor Ellisa, Professor Okabe, have known for more than 10 years, 14 years. And also the other Jakarta, which we've seen the past week, of how young people like us here, how we've tried to negotiate the city, negotiate the state for something that we feel is better, right? So I'm trying to frame this conversation as how we are placed through architecture to develop a sense of citizenry through this participative politics and spatial production. Yeah, I can go next. Yeah, so my practice is called POL. It's an architecture practice. It's a design research practice. We work collaboratively with other studios, with universities, with civil societies, and us trying to tackle some interesting questions of how we deal with the city. Next. And what you've seen recently is a spark, is a glimpse of how people and how Jakarta see itself. Jakarta likes to be a world-class city. It wants to be a green city. It wants to be a flood-free city. But Jakarta as a series of subjects, of people like us, we all have our own perspectives of what it ought to be. Next. This is the two maps, the spatial planning of Jakarta's. One is from the 60s, the other one is from 2013. And you can see how the growth of the urban boundary of Jakarta you see in the 60s, it's primarily all greens, but the greens are not necessarily forest. They also represent graveyards, farms, productive spaces. And this is an extension of how the Dutch, who used to colonize us in Indonesia, sees everything as this amalgamation of the green spaces, right? It is no longer there, at least much of it. Jakarta now only has about, depending on how you calculate it, but between 7 to 10% of green spaces. And it's all yellow now. Yellow indicates they're residentials. Now, we've been talking about kampungs today, and kampungs are wedged into these small spaces that grow sometimes organically, and sometimes they get absorbed into the state. So they become what Indonesia would know would call it as kelurahan, kecamatan, and so on, right? You see all this if you are interested in reading through Indonesian novels, Indonesian stories. You see how these changes over time are manifested in the way people perceive their spaces. Next. And so there's this tension in the making of the city between the individuals and between individuals and and the citizen. Of us in Indonesia, we call as a orang or individual, and warga, or as a citizen that belongs to something, right? To an ideal, to a world, to a habitat, to a collective. And the production of space also works in that fashion. It follows through with what and how we develop ourselves, whether we are doing it as a person that is private, that is personal, or whether we are doing it as part of a larger community. Nearly 80% of all dwellings in Indonesia, according to the census, are self-built, which is fascinating statistics to see. But it's not surprising because Indonesia has a rich history of self-built within their communities. The vernacular architecture shows how they're spread all over Indonesia, shows how we have this history and tradition of building our own houses and buildings and communities. And you see that also in kampungs. So the idea that we architects come in and work for them is quite an alien concept in kampungs. And so it matters a lot more if we work with them, with these spaces that have always had this history and their own methods, their own language of how to build. Next. And I stole this from Mas Nanda's paper. There's one part in there that was really intriguing to the question of, can a house be standardized? There's plenty inquiries into this question for the past 100 years, and how that can be procured, how and in what ways can they be deployed, and who will pay for them, and you see them whether they can be done by the government, by the state, or by civil society, civil groups. For example, in Indonesia, there is a very prominent effort by Father Mangunwijaya that is quite famous, that has been quite the standard bearer of how to do this with communities back in the 80s. And he was awarded, the effort was awarded with Aga Khan Award of how you deal with conditions that are quite difficult, with communities that are marginalized. And over again, we see that when you practice the production of space, of houses with the communities, they tend to last longer. There tends to be a sense of ownership that will take care of the spaces in the long run. Next. And in parallel to this is the reality of the marginalization of kampungs that is very physical, and that is through eviction. Along the 2010s, these are some of the examples, some of the publications that were put out by the Legal Aid Foundation in Jakarta. There was a wave of eviction that sort of heightened between 2015 to 2017, 2018. Perhaps some of you would know, if you live in Jakarta, for example, the evictions of Bukit Duri, of Kampung Pulo, of Aquarium, of Kunir, and so on and so forth. That affected, obviously, many families, many businesses. Next. And clearly, they affected the morphology and the landscape of the city. You see this in Kampung Aquarium. This is up the north of Jakarta. The changes between what was once quite a dense settlement was all fully razed, and it turned into practically a flat ground. Same thing happened in Kampung Pulo and Bukit Duri. It was to be made what's called as inspection road as part of a normalization project, river normalization project. That also not just demolished the houses, but also the trees. It standardized, it created a concretized river banks. There was once natural or perhaps some bamboo works there. And also on the bottom is Kampung Kunir, which is sort of similar to what happened to Kampung Bukit Duri and Pulo in the middle there. And I will use Kampung Kunir as an example of how we work through this idea of participative politics in architecture. Next. So this is what Kampung Kunir was like once. They were evicted in 2015, and as you can see through the satellite image, I mean, yeah, you saw how it was fully evicted, and it became a barren land, and the people is now consolidated, and they all live in one apartment, but still within the same area. It's not a large community. It was once between 77 to, I think, 100. You're never sure with this sometimes, and who to include and who to exclude. But what was quite clear was that the 33 of them that decided to stay after the eviction, they tried to band together and work collectively with other kampungs to restore their right to housing. Here, next. And the way we worked with Kunir, when I say we, I mean as in like Architecture Sans Frontiers, which is an organization that I co-founded here, is through this method called pendampingan, which is kind of difficult to translate. But I think I would say it's probably something along the line of like this long-term assistance work, but it's based not just simply on the technical matters of a buildings or whatever, but it is a practice of solidarity, because you know what could happen to other people will happen to you. So that's the foundation of why we were there. But what it also does is that it brought out kampungs from, I suppose, a neglected side of the city, like a backside of the city, and centering them into becoming like a city, the center of the city, as part of the greater narrative of the city. Next. And if you want to visit them, I mean, it's there if you have time. It's located very strategically in Kota Tua, which was once the, is it like 9 minutes left or, okay. I thought running for 9 minutes. Okay, it's located quite centrally and strategically located in Kota Tua. If you go there, you can take the train and you can visit them. And it's quite stable as far as tenure is concerned now. Next. But the building was built in 2022. We started getting involved with the community in 2017. So that took 5 years to work with the community. And over the course of 5 years, we did so many workshops, so many events. And it's not just architects. We were just part of the larger groups, yeah, working with the communities. There were also anthropologists. University of Indonesia was part of it tangentially, and also we have social psychologists. So plenty of people were involved, and also there's still some of these practices happening there. But over the course of that period, we had these milestones of what we tried to achieve, and we had no idea that this will get built. Next. And what we could do was that we tried to understand what is the point of architects being there, doing something that may or may not happen in a way that we don't know how. So this is what the community looked like historically. They began in 1979 at the first settlement, and they won an award once for being one of the greenest kampung in Jakarta. But still, that award meant nothing because it was still evicted in 2015. Next. And so it was not an immediate thing to understand, but over time we felt that the point of having an architect there was to extend our knowledge of architecture as to build this ability to criticize architects. So the point is not so much that we design everything. because we didn't know if we were going to be the one who will design anything in the future for these communities. But we always know about the story that people come in and build something and impose it upon the community and leave, you know. And because of the inability to bargain, then they will have to accept whatever is there, right? So I think that was the point. And so we began our work there by first understanding the history of Kampung Kunir. Of our space, there's no longer there. No more traces of the buildings, so we could only rely on memory. But we asked them to draw. Next. We asked them to draw what their house used to look like. We asked them to draw a plan. We didn't show them how. I think there's this imagination of what these plan drawings was like. And I love these drawings. This is Pa Ato, the house of Pa Ato here. This is a combination of plan and elevations and sections at the same time. And this is drawn from the way he would approach the spaces. So that's why, for example, this door is facing this way and that way, because that's how we would approach the bathrooms and the other rooms. Otherwise, it would have drawn the other way if you would have entered from the room on the left-hand side. Next. And I guess some of them also have a different way to project their houses. But one thing that was quite common was that they always draw trees in front of their house. And that's the way they marked their communities and where their houses are located to each other, to their neighbor, right? So that's how they sort of put it back together and reconstructed what was the sequence of their houses, like pohon mangga, like mango trees. Yeah. Next. I especially love this one. It feels like it's quite a modern art style. Next. And using that as basis of how we will design, the workshops that we did was not so much of like what we will build, but how to interrogate their own living spaces. So we did these workshops, and next. And we began by identifying all the things that we did in the kampung. Man, this is a time when I wish you read Indonesians, yeah? Because this is all the granular, the specific points of what people do in a house. And we all began with, there was an easy prompt, like what do you do? Oh, you take a phone call, you smoke, you play games, you take care of your garden. And then they started talking about, actually do Facebooking. I asked for charity. You have your personal matters. You have sex with your spouse. And then they start to becoming more engaged into like specific activities. And we do this so that we truly analyze what actually happens there, so that become the basis upon which we would design. Can we go back like one slide? And so that resulted eventually in this idea of how do we allow spaces that could grow in the future, but also at the same time, we know there's these limitations of the physical limitation of building an apartment. It's 4 stories apartment. And so we were limited to 36 square meters, and we decided to work with a 4x9 configurations, which basically is divided into three lots. The wet areas in the middle, and the dry spaces straddling them to the right and to the left. And with the idea is that you can do whatever inside, but you keep your wet areas in the middle so that it'll be easy for you to maintain in the future. And that sort of grew later into how for the cooperative they will later manage this building, easily maintain the MEPs. Yeah, next. Okay, hold on, go back one slide. Yeah, okay. So this is towards the end when they finally have the building up, because we didn't have any keys. The contractors didn't have any keys to the doors to give out to which family lives where. What we did was that we built the models of each of the rooms for them to pick from, as a gesture of this is where you will live. But the question is, how do you pick? 1 minute left. Okay, so I've got to hurry. So you gotta know where you would and how you would live. But I will keep this during a Q&A. Next. Yeah, so we like to reference this through the way how John Turner in his research in Peru of housing is not a matter of just a noun. It's not something that you just basically deploy, but it's something that's a verb that you have to work through. Next. And I just have to go through this quickly. Other than the fact that they have to do this with the community, they also have to do an excavation. They have to do an archaeological excavation here, because this is a site of cagar budaya, heritage site, next, and they also work with, I think the team is from University of Indonesia, and the community worked with them as not just the excavators but also the documentation team. Next, this is the layers of the digging, and we try to position where the kampung is in relation to the historical maps that sort of evolved in Jakarta. Next. And we decided that we will leave. Just give me half a minute. They decided to just leave the excavations, and we decided to turn them into a communal space. Next. So you would have like this very public ground floor that descends down, that connects straight to the street, and the residential areas are lifted up by 1.5 meters. And what this does is that we try to keep it really public, and this kind of connection between the street and also the offices in the back, because we know in the future they will have a lot of shops on the ground floor, and the office workers will be their main customers. Next. And that's sort of what it looks like now. Sorry, I mean, this is not a photo, obviously. Like, this is a render. But this is how it finally gets built. Next. So it looks like from the front. Next. And this semi-basement becomes what's called now as a Galeri Kunir. There's also that tension between us and the culture, the Department of Culture in Jakarta, of whether to turn it. They wanted to be completely a heritage gallery, but I think the community just took it over and turn it into a social space. Next. Next. So this is what happens. Typically, the entire ground floor faces the street, and this is where the community makes their money from. Next. And sometimes they occupy the street to do this sort of like small festivals. Next. Next. And the small spaces, the nooks, they become the important spaces where a lot of these like small scale economic activities, but also for the female members of the community, the women gather during the day to watch over the kids play, because now you have shops in almost every floors. Next. And that transition from what usually happens on the ground floor now happens in every floors. Next. And I think I will leave it at this, because this was quite an important milestone, and that you work together, and then you start working with the state that once evicted you. But I think that's the point, that's the moment when we finally realize that we do this not just as individual architects anymore, but as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kamil Muhammad, for sharing what you encountered and your rather meticulous design process. This time we have Professor Yandi Andriyatmo. Then I would like to introduce him to you first. Professor Yandi is a professor here at the Department of Architecture, Universitas Indonesia, who obtained his PhD from University of Sheffield in the UK, and he has professional experience as an architect both in Indonesia and Singapore. He has and is known for his engagement in research-based design works. There are a lot of things that he did and does and is doing. Professor Yandi was the chair of Architecture Education Board for the IAI, or Indonesian Institute of Architects. He is the leader of Architectural Design Lab here at Universitas Indonesia. He also co-editor of a journal, the Interiority Journal. Professor Yandi also acted as curator for several events. For instance, the Architecture Fair in 2016 and 2020 at the National Gallery in Jakarta. And prior to that, he was a curator for Jakarta Architectural Triennale in 2015. He was also the curator for an exhibition called Tanahku Indonesia, or Indonesia My Land, in 2017. So Professor Yandi, yours now.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Bu Ellisa. Okay, I will tell the story about my life. The first time I came here from somewhere in Sumatra, I was thinking about, is it me? Is it me coming here? Not sure about, do I really accept it to this university? Because it's like a very tiny person. And many years after that, I'm thinking about, I'm the one who accepted to this university. For me, from outside the village in Sumatra, I feel like maybe this is the time for me to rethink about, what I'm doing now. What's the purpose of the knowledge that I have, that I got in from this university, and what the purpose of my life? I was thinking about that, and so this is a story about that. This is a story about the thinking of, let's just do it, don't think too much. And this is a story about maybe I can do something without too much thinking. Maybe I can do something that is quite simple in my life. Maybe I can do something which is quite ordinary, but it's give benefit for the people around me. Maybe I can do some things that will make the people around me will be happy, something like that, rather than focus on my life, myself, and so on. So I think the purpose of the knowledge that I've got is not for me. I think it's for the benefit of the humankind and the society, the nature that we have, and so on. So this is the story about the last 5 years, from 2018 to 2023, when the first time I went to Lombok after the earthquake. In terms of my curiosity, I was thinking that day, I was thinking about after 1 week after the earthquake, why I should not, why I just went there and learn something. Maybe it's a very big lab. And I met the leader of the one of the school on one of the villages, and he said something that make me think about myself that day. Can you help me? A lot of kids around me, around us. It's already 2 weeks they don't do learning. Can you do something about it? I don't have money. I just a lecturer. So the day I was thinking about, I told him that, okay, then maybe I can do something. I see what I can do. And I called my wife. Can we do something about the school that is already demolished, already collapsed after the earthquake? Can we rebuild it? We don't have money, but can we do something about that? And I went back to Depok, and eventually everything carry on with that. So this is the story of 5 years from Lombok, Sumbawa, Palu, Sigi, and Cianjur, this is not the project, the commission project. This is the things that we do it by the purpose of just do it. Even I don't have anything. Even maybe the people around me don't care about it. Just do something because they need us. This is the story about at the end we have many things to do. Many projects that we built on many islands. Sekolah Indonesia Cepat Tanggap is the school that we built in many places, and also the Bangun Musala is like a prayer places in many places in Cianjur, and also the last one is the facility for the villages communities that eventually we built there. The first time in 2018, I went there and I saw this situation. 80% of the villages is destroyed. We went around on the villages, and I cannot say anything really, because I feel like the day when I stay in the hotel is we have like 80 earthquake in a day. So it's about praying on my sleep that anything bad don't happen. And I just tell my wife, if you do something good, maybe God help me. So I went there, and Lombok just like this, and this is the most. I learned a lot about the situation there, and I see that people also suffer on the day, and that's why liquefaction in Palu. This is another again after the earthquake in Lombok. This is in Palu, liquefaction, and also earthquake 9 scale Richards. So it's like two houses underneath that building. So you cannot imagine what's going on to the people around that time. This is in Cianjur just like after the war. This is 1 week after the earthquake. I went there, and very afraid of the situation because all the bodies, dead bodies still around on the situ. The house. This is what happened. Bram, you was there, and also Zafira. This is what happened after 3-6 months after the earthquake. People usually still living like this. I know that I have limitation on doing something of this, but I think that I can do something. We can do something about this situation. Then I will not aiming for this because I know my limitation. But I'm looking at this one, the school. I'm looking at the school. I'm looking at the mosque. The prayer place. Why I'm looking at the prayer place? Because when disaster happened, the one that will help them is the God. Then that's why when we do something about making the prayer place, what they said to me, thank you for making this place to me, to us, because it gives us strength to face this situation, and we can pray to the God. And the prayer place is like become a place for community and so on. This is the school in Palu. Just like this one, after 6 months, 8 months, just like this one. So I was thinking about that day. I was thinking about, I don't want to make something like this. I don't want to help people that not really help them. I want to help them that is using the ordinary knowledge, using that is a simple technology, using that is whatever available on the site, but it can build fast and can last long. And what I was thinking about that day is maybe it's the way of God to give us the chance to meet them, and the people will think this is the way they have better places rather than the previous places. Meaning the disaster is a way of having something better than before. And we are a person to do that. So I was thinking about that day. So these are the projects. Somehow it's so many. Somehow it's very tiring. 2018, 2019, 2019 in Palu, and Sigi 2023. Yes, no rest. So, and that day, I was thinking that I will not help the school by the government. I will just help the school by the people, by the community. The school, which is quite informal, because I think that's the strength of that school. That's the government help, whatever their job, but we do something which is our society can do it for them. So how I can do something very quick and quite cheap and also last long? That's the question. And also every people can do it. I don't want to have something that's only me can do it, and I don't want to fancy design. I just want to ordinary design, because when I have the ordinary and simple design, that means that we achieve something that the people really want to get rather than for our own benefit. So I was thinking about the modular system. I was thinking about the material base, meaning that is I need to think about what is the material on the disaster area, and having the flexible method, whatever it is based on that. And I need to think of whenever I design the building, the design cannot be long than 1 hour. And I have to design everything in 1 hour because my time is so expensive to fly there. And so the decision of the design that is approved have to be done in 1 hour, and then the next day need to execute the design of it. And the last one is, of course, low tech. I don't have time to do something that is high tech. Have to be low tech. Anybody can do it. Even the lay person can do something which is then they become part of the whatever they think is necessary for them. So to have that, I was thinking about having a Lego system. So it's like if I have a brick like Lego, a class, 1 classroom, 2 classroom, 3 classroom, and also I have many brick of it, and every brick I know exactly how to build it. And I know exactly what cost it will be in every brick and so on. Then I can bring this brick to to everywhere, and I can replace whatever demolish on the situ with the brick that is necessary for them. Then when I come there, then I just play Lego with the society. That's the idea. So at the end, we design classroom, we design transitional room, a space, corridor, toilet, tribune, whatever is necessary as a school. And of course, it's not only designed by that, but I have to think about can I build the school by 2 people in 1 week? That's the aim. So I need to be carefully think about the material being used and how to cut, where to cut, and anything like that. Just like we went to IKEA and then I buy the cabinet and then looking at the book and then follow the instruction, then bang, eventually the cabinet construct. So thinking about the flexibility of the space, whether it is only 25 pupils inside the classroom or more than that, and how it expands and so on. And then this is what I meant about the flexibility on any places based on the Lego that I have. So it's like a plug and play configuration. And this is the difficult part is I know this, we don't have money, and all the friends that support me, we want every meters of the material that we have, it comes to the benefit of the society. So we need to cut it in precise way. So that means that the cutting of it have to be identified where it will go, just like this one. Like if we have like 6 meters long of the steel, then where it's go in terms of how the project configure in a way. Then this is what I'm talking about, because we know exactly the philosophy and the method of building it and the cost and anything like that. Then we build this, we bring this bricks to the society. So basically I just bring that to the places that we think need our help to build a school, and then we ask them how many classes that destroy, how many facility that's destroy, and what kind of facility. Then I just took that way from this whatever back, right? And then having configuration based on the site that we have. So just like this one. Then usually in 1 hour, the reader will give a proof, because they know exactly how it's going to go. We have the model, and he saw what's going on the model. This is some of the example how the brick, in a way, transform from one school into another school and so on, based on the situation of the destroy things, based on the situation on the site, really. So this is what happened. So I will not tell many of it because it's quite straightforward about the projects. This is what happened in Cianjur, and it can be like this. We don't do cut many for every element, because we think the cutting will make the waste of the material, and the cutting will need more effort of the worker. So every cut that we do have to be put in somewhere that is necessary as part of the system of the design. This is in Palu, one school that we built in less than 2 weeks. It's quite amazing. In 2 weeks, it's already like this. I don't believe it myself, really, but in 2 weeks, and this is not the classroom this is not the school that is very temporary. This is the school that we aim for more than 20 years something like that. So material chosen is very well thought. We only use that is material that is quite strong, and also we just skip the work that we think is not necessary. So, but of course we do some stuff like that, like the train. You know, we put the purpose happiness on the canvas. This is some of the school, the informal school, the school to learn religion that usually happen at night time. The leader that time, coming to me and said that if you can help me to build this, I will give you my paddy field as a place for the school. And I told to him, wait a minute, the paddy field is like a source of money for him. Why you give it to me? And he said that this is not for me now. This is, I want to have my field on the other, time. So I feel like, oh, okay, this is quite well thought. That's why I limit it on only a small space for the school and let the rest of it still paddy field. And then we work on the paddy field. And then this is quite, challenging project for us. Some of the project at the same place, many school like this we did, the inside of the class better than the previous one, and it's from the furniture from the IKEA. It's very fancy for the kids out there. Sometimes it's like, we need to go there like 5 hours by car, 4 hours by car, and sometimes when we got stuck in the traffic jam, then sometimes we can go back home like 11 or 12 p.m. while the next day we have to teach again. So only one minute left. So this is what happened, the happiness that we got, what I told you, and this is the prayer room that I told you with the same technique that we use. But again, the material chosen, as we think it will last long for them, then we will not finish it, because if we finish it, then they will give no space for them for improvement. So some space give to them to have improvement, then they will like feeling like belong to the places. This is the prayer places, very clean for them. And everything done by us, even the calligraphy and so on is done by us with a simple technique, as an architect and architectural students. So this is the village community center. The projects that again is like have to be multi-purpose. It's not only the member of the committee having meeting, but also can be used for the prayer as well, because that's the way of our society have in our daily life. So even the wall can be transformed into the roof to make extension of the space. That means that the project will have a limit budget, but when it's transformed into the roof, then the space become very big. And many possibility that happen, and for this one is like also for the benefit of the healthiness of the society, so they can see the kids can go here to see nurses, to check their health and so on, and also for the prayer, at the time being, just like this one, And again, this project is our initiative. It's not commission, so it's more money comes from us rather than from the government money. But I believe that a lot of good people around us that, again, thinking about what the purpose of our architecture, what the purpose of our knowledge. I think this is the one that deserve the knowledge more rather than ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yandi, for your sharing about your experience in the post-disaster schools and other facilities. The next speaker, I believe, is Professor Okabe. Allow me to introduce her to you. So let me find the... Well, Professor Akiko Okabe is an architect and scholar at the University of Tokyo, specializing in sociocultural environmental studies, which integrates design, community participation, and sustainability. Upon her graduation, she worked with Arata Izozaki in Barcelona, and then she earned her PhD in environmental studies that that bridges her to practice and being an academics. Her research emphasizes on micro-practice approaches, small scales, hands-on intervention, fostering resilience and community engagement. She has a lot of research activities. Of course, I cannot mention everything, but I can mention some. Community design project with architectural intervention, Gonjiro, 2009 to present. Architectural micro-intervention to slum settlements, environmental voids, 2009 to present, which is in Jakarta, actually. She also did studies on urban strategies and environmental policies at European level. So, without further ado, Professor Okabe, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Nanda-san. You must be very tired already after so many lectures all day. I remember that Kengo Kuma always says that the symposium must be less than 2 hours. So we have already passed. Okay, so I'll try to do my best not to exceed so much, no? Because we have only 10 minutes for discussion now. Okay. Today we have discussed a lot about these 2 keywords, public space and autonomy. And I'm going to center in this point. It means that this is my attempt of today's presentation is to redefine public space. Next, please. No? Yes, this one. Next. Redefine public space from the logic of informal settlements. Autonomy is prevailing by necessity in informal settlements. On the other hand, autonomy. This is another keyword. And public space should be materialized through autonomy. It's a very difficult situation between public space and autonomy. Next, please. I was specialized in architecture and community building actions around 50 years, since 50 years ago, especially in Jakarta. It is one of the field of long-lasting long-lasting project. Next, please. And this was the first intervention in Chikini with it in real. And Ellisa Sensei already has explained about this. We created the children's playground over the sewage river. Do you think that this is a public space? It is quite spontaneous, ephemeral, bottom-up, informal. Is it better to say shared space or common space? I lived in Barcelona for 10 years, and it is nothing to do with the public space of European cities like plazas or streets, but which one is a true public space? That is the question. Next, please. Besides the project of Jakarta, I have several projects since 10 years ago in South America. For instance, in Ecuador, in Chamanga, this is after disaster, the earthquake affected in Ecuador in 2016. And another project is in Argentina, Barrio Cantera in San Martín de los Andes. And in these projects are involved Amemiya-san, Ishikawa sensei, and also Sato sensei, Jun Sato sensei. And next, please. And Jun Sato sensei has already shown this picture. So it's a kind of team. I recognize that we formed a team, a curious team here. Next, please. I have been working in informal settlements as a target. But why I'm working in informal settlements? Because I see the future of the earth. The future of the earth depends on what lifestyle the informal dwellers expect in the future. Here, maybe Jun Sato, Sato sensei, saw the future of the earth on Mars, but I see the future of the of the earth in informal settlements. For instance, in a hot and humid climate, without air conditioning, you can imagine without air conditioning and cars. Now, as you know quite well, that Japan is hotter than Indonesia. I don't know why, but it's hotter now. If we don't have air conditioning and cars, informal settlements of low-rise, high density, like Chikini, would be convenient and most convenient and comfortable. I mean that we can find seeds of alternative rich and decent life in informal settlements. That's why I say that we share a future in informal settlements. Next, please. We have a local action in informal settlements. It's a kind of integrated approach. We can approach post-poverty alleviation, at the same time climate action. And through these projects in informal settlements, if we succeed in proposing an alternative, prosperous future, we can mobilize wealthy people, the world wealthy class people, to rethink their lifestyles. That is the important point. And then we can cope with the disequality and the true sustainable cities. That is why I say that the future is in informal settlements. Chikini, the future, this message I sent you for the exhibition that you are going to have Mone-san in Balekini, no? You are going to in the second floor of Balekini. And we have been coming for more than 10 years to Chikini because we can feel here the future of living. Not the future living of them, but also the future living of us. That is my message. Next, please. So till now I explained that act locally is quite important, but only act locally doesn't work well. At the same time, we have to think globally. To think globally, it is indicators, mapping, and informations from international institutions help us a lot. Next, please. I don't have time to explain so much about this, but we're developing a kind of mapping, and this shows a different spatial distribution of informal settlements. For instance, in Jakarta, the yellow part is the more informal areas. You can see in this map that in Jakarta, yellow part is concentrated in the river sides. On the other hand, in Lima, in Latin America, the informal settlements is located in the steep slope areas with the high risk of disaster. And in Cairo, distribution. Next, please. And also, the information from United Nations Habitat or other World Bank, those kind of international institutions is quite useful for us. And have you read some documents of United Nations Habitat? I think it's obligatory to read these kind of documents in order to address informal settlements, because it's quite complemented. United Nations, maybe you know, the most famous one is in 2003, the Challenge of Slums. This is a quite important report, worldwide known report about slums and informal settlements. And United Nations Habitat has 50 years of history, and the United Nations Habitat have Congress every 20 years since 2076. And the last one was in Quito in 2016. The right to the city was the main topic that has discussed in this Congress. And I was a member of the expert group to elaborate the draft of the new urban agenda adopted in this Congress in 2016. And what is the right to the city? The right to the city is a word of Henri Lefebvre, 1968. And according to David Harvey, it is a kind of freedom to make and remake our cities, not only our cities, but also ourselves. It's a kind of, it's an important, one of important human rights. And this is the image, the recent image of Jakarta. This is a recent image of Jakarta. And if you have something to change, if you have something, want to change the world, you go and gather to the street, and if it works like this time, your city has a true public space. And now I met by chance with Ana Claudia Rosbach, that is a top of UN Habitat in Yokohama, and I have opportunity to discuss with her. And he has a strategy now that he wants to go back to return back to the beginning of the UN Habitat in 1976, and when the Congress is celebrated in Vancouver. And at that moment, urban housing was the main topic. Next one, please. And she invited me to be a member of the expert group of adequate housing. And Camille referred to this book, Housing by People. And this book was published in the year 1976 for the Congress. And John Turner The proposal of John Tanner had great influence to the policy, housing policy of United Nations Habitat and World Bank later. And it was a very important book. And I have just translated this book into Japanese. It is 60 years ago book, but I have translated because it's a classic book. And this is the structure of this book. And Tanner criticizes the heteronomous system and supports the autonomous system. We discussed about autonomy and heteronomy. We don't have so much time, so I don't explain the contents of this book. But for instance, value of housing, economy of housing, and authority of housing. 3 topics are discussed in this book, and housing as a verb is quite famous phrase of John Tanner, representing his housing philosophy. Next, please. Now I'm preparing a symposium in Venezuela, Caracas. Do you know someone? Venezuela is a very far country for you, no? It's a Latin American country. Nobody visited, no? My father visited once Caracas in the 1970s maybe, but now you know that Caracas is politically isolated from the world. For instance, you can travel from Japan to via USA. You have to travel via Istanbul. This event is quite ambitious event. And this event will be held for sharing knowledge and ideas among world-renowned architects with a strong concern, for informal settlements. And the center of the topic is barrio. Barrio is in Spanish a kind of neighborhood communities. Everyone knows that the urban transformation are needed in informal settlements or vulnerable barrios exposed to risks, inhabited by the poor. But at the same time, barrios or neighborhood communities are the foundation of our life, our urban life, no matter rich or poor. People cannot live with barrios or communities. And now in Caracas, the situation is very precarious. But on the other hand, they have a great potential of autonomous betterment. That is the point, and we can have a lot. We have a lot to learn from Caracas informal settlements communities. Next, please. The co-figure is Yamamoto Riken Yamamoto, a Japanese architect, and he was asked for a project to intervene to improve the informal settlements, the project of informal settlements in Caracas. Next, please. And I speak with the UN Habitat top, Ana Claudia Rosbach, and I showed this poster, and she was quite interested because UN Habitat also are worried very much about the situation of informal settlements in Caracas. Through our field work projects, not only our fieldwork projects, but also, for instance, Yandis and explained about the case of post-disaster projects, we learned that true improvement projects are impossible with the autonomous action of local people. But there is a dilemma. The more policy resources are available, the less people's autonomy becomes. that is a kind of dilemma. And the UN Habitat slogan is people's process, working with people, that people are leading, must lead the process towards betterment. That is quite important. And I think Caracas is the ideal city to discuss this topic. Next, please. And about public space, no? I skipped a little to discuss the heteronomy versus autonomy. So maybe it's quite difficult to understand this. But when we discuss about public space, we have public, when we discuss public and private, we have in between common, no? It's a kind of public, private, and there is a graduation between public and private. Between there's a common or communal space. But when we cross with heteronomy and autonomy, public and private framework belongs to the heteronomy, formal public space and private space. I mean that if public space defines private space, and there is a line between, clear line to distinguish private against public. That is the heteronomous system. On the other hand, the autonomy, in the autonomy system, the main part is common space and shared space. If public space should be achieved through autonomy, the true public space should be in the autonomous sphere. So formal public space, normally we imagine public space as a formal space. And Amemiya-san explained the presentation of Amemiya-san was very interesting for me and very stimulating for me. But I don't think that informal public space goes up to formal public space. This is this is different in a different layer or in a different sphere. Next, please. The theme of this year's workshop is informal public space. We have to think a lot about this. The shortage of children's playground has been a common issue since 15 years ago. People want more space for children's playground, and motorbikes occupies. But for me, it looks like strange because Kampong is a kind of a paradise for children. Always a playground. Next, please. In Kampong like Chikini, when the land use is not secured formally by law, people make efforts to ensure it used by building actions, such as building houses. And building houses mean appropriating the land. Building and modifying walls, floors, roof, using different materials, for instance. They are practicing, that is it, practicing everyday space negotiation. And what kind of building actions can secure the space open to all? I mean, informal public space or autonomous public space. Ahirai-san made a question before, no? And what you said, for me, it looks like a heteronomous autonomy. You are looking for a heteronomous autonomy, and there is a contradiction there. No? And what kind of building actions in informal campus can secure the space open to all? Participants of Chikini workshop this year is taking part of this practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kalbi. So it's time for me to, first of all, before I'm asking all 4 presenters to be back here, I have to summarize or looking for the, I don't know, the link between all 4 presenters. And I think it is also linked to the other 4 presenters in the first session. What I noticed is that, well, let me just put it this way. The idea of heteronomous and autonomous process seems to be central here in all 4 presenters in the second sessions, but also present and discussed by the other 4 presenters during the first session. The involvement of Professor Sato in some of the projects, which such as the one in Argentina and Brazil, for instance, what Mr. Kamil Muhammad did at Kampung Kunir, what Professor Yandi did in several places where disaster happened, in which he, I noticed that he applied the idea of plug and play, which reminds me of Ron Heron, but he did it in another different way within different contexts, more responsive perhaps. And then what Professor Okabe reminds us that we have to rethink what public space is through the awareness that being the autonomous process is something very important here, where inhabitants or citizens are involved rather than an imposition of ideas from above, let's say from government or anybody else. So it seems to me that what we've heard from all presenters is that there is this bottom-up or autonomous process, which reminds me with what philosopher Jean-Luc Nancy termed as, translating into English, world making, which is his alternative to globalization, which he proposed to have, which he proposed as an alternative to globalization, in which everybody work together to make the world better, so to speak, to make it simple. But it involves sharing and learning from each other. And I think that's what, at least in my view, that's what I saw from all the presenters. Now, it's time for question and answer session. So I'm asking all the presenters, Professor Sato, Mr. Kamil Muhammad, Professor Yandi, and Professor Okabe to be here, please. And just like the first session, I would like you to, how am I going to put it? Introduce yourself when you want to ask or comment. Anybody? Yeah, you first. And please, yeah.
Okay, thank you for all the insightful presentations. My name is Ocha, and I'm from UI. So I want to ask to Pak Kamil actually about participatory method, because I feel like the Kampung Kunir was using a participatory method by engaging the locals to build their homes, to build their environment. So the question is it applicable to be copied by government's vertical housing or rumah susun? Because I feel like vertical housing that made by government is using a prototype, so it actually like, in my opinion, it eliminates the communal things that usually happen in kampung. And force them to live individually. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Kamil, would you like to answer?
Okay, thanks for the question. I think it's an intriguing question. It's a question that we often get asked. The question of scalability and replicability to for it to be implemented in that scale, right, to other public housings. I struggle with that question a lot, but I think one of the ways we can look at it is in terms of the way housing itself is procured or implemented. At the moment, the way we look at housing is really about this fulfilling of backlogs of how many units that needs to be built, and you know, just build them as many as you want to match the level of units that's needed. But in reality, if we start analyzing them through the lens of economic class, you can start seeing some sort of patterns and also geographic elements to it. For example, a lot of people in kampungs, they actually have, although inadequate, but some kind of stability of tenure, at least socially acceptable and socially, how to say, legitimized. Yeah. So what we've been doing post Kunir is this expansion of working bottom up with the communities across hopefully Indonesia, in a way that we try to deal with like a specific segments of communities, of societies, of people who live in desa, who live in kampungs, who basically have already have some kind of tenure, you know, even if it's meager, and improve from that point. So the approach is not so much whether whether the idea of pendampingan can be or must be applicable to all types of housings, and I don't think so. And I don't think participatory design must be applicable to everything, because participatory design is very tiring. It's a lot of work unless you can commit to years of being there. You know, if it's half-assed, it's gonna end up more detrimental to the communities than not, you know. So you work with people, with communities who are on that condition that would be helpful for this to be done through participatory measure. And otherwise, I think the government must also come in and take the place to provide the rest of the housings for example, middle class or whatnot.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the great presentation. So, my name is Mikta. I'm an architect by training. So, my research area lies in the intersection between building performance simulations, robotic buildings, and 3D sculpting. So, particularly probably asking to Sato Sensei. So, since probably research into it is related to who have presented lately. So I have two questions. So probably the first one is, how's your views about circular design process in structural optimizations? So that's my first one. Second one is probably like, we all may perhaps know about like the design to robotic production assembly and operation system. So I'd like to ask about what do you think about the human and non-human agent during this production or construction process, especially when because I see a lot of work on like and collaborates a lot from education and industries, and I like to know, and I wonder how's your experience and viewing this concepts. So thank you very much.
Please, Mr. Professor.
Sorry, I could not hear clearly the first question.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Probably I'm not quite clear. So my first question is basically like, I'd like to have your views about a circular design process.
Huh?
Circularity. Yeah, circular design process in structural optimization.
You mean material circulation?
Yeah,
Or,
and also design process.
Design process.
Yeah, including maybe material if you want to point out on that part.
So yeah,
in the structural optimizations.
I think the question is how I develop the structural design with the architect, which kind of process, right? And it depends on the architect pretty much, because in the beginning of project, there are a lot some options. For example, when I talk with the junior Ishigami, it's the project will start from very beginning. So we discuss which material we use or which shape we can develop. Of course, he has some forms in the beginning, but it will change a lot. The transition will be so much. So we discuss a lot. Sometimes we discuss 5 to 8 hours a day. And many every 1 or 2 weeks we discuss, and so of course the material should be discussed a lot, in other hand, for example, Kengokuma, with Kengokuma, I discuss with Kengokuma only 10 minutes. Because he doesn't have so much time. I'm also, but in that case, he says, for example, how about scattering the small timbers? And I will say, oh, all right, I will think about it. Just that meeting, just the meeting will complete in the way. But anyway, yeah, that kind of so the thinking of the material or thinking of shape, how I can optimize the shape. I discuss with the architect a lot. So. If the circulation means the try and error of developing the design, in that way, back and forth. From my idea to optimize the shape, the architect will develop again, so the feedback will come back to me. And in that way, we discuss a lot. So optimization doesn't mean the architect doesn't have the target. Is not imagining the target. It doesn't mean like that. I'm thinking. So that kind of circulation is always we're trying. Even in 10 minutes, even in 8 hours, we're trying to figure out that way. And what was the second one? Huh? Design for? sorry. Huh?
Clear my question. So my second question basically like, so the concept of design to robotic and assembly production. So usually like, I mean, you work on several, I guess, like technological parts. So I'm wondering like, how do you differentiate or how your views on human and non-human agents in this production or
agents?
Yeah. Or
you mean
human and non-human agent. For example, like
Agent.
okay, for example, like in CNC, so we completely trust on machine, right? But for example, like in the process, so it's basically like it's not working like that. So usually like it's instead of CNC, so we usually like using concept HNC, human.
All right. For example, in digital fabrication, how the machine will support the craftsman, right? Yes. Yeah. I'm feeling like that one really very in a how to say, strongly, because I'm thinking the carpenter. I told about the timber joinery. That is a good sample. Or the carpenters have very much skilled, and so when the CNC is developed more, it won't be replaced with the carpenter. I'm thinking when the CNC could develop more, carpenters will be able to show their skill more. Because carving the timber roughly by CNC, after that, carpenters can take time to carve more. So I'm thinking the carpenter or craftsman's technique and digital technique will be developed together. Yeah. So the machines will not be replaced. The craftsman, I'm thinking in that way. So the human being, I mean, handcrafts or human skills or knowledge will be always necessary. Yeah, I'm feeling like that way.
Okay, you and then you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My name is Yusare Muraji. I'm an architect teaching at Meiji University, and I'm also running a non-profit architectural firm organizing participatory design projects. So presentation by Mr. Kamiru and Mr. Yandi. It was very inspiring. Thank you very much. And I have so much question I want to ask and to discuss in detail, but since I think we are running out of time, I have a question for Okabe Sensei, which relates to the title of this symposium. So I want to ask, what is the intention behind using the word public space? Because usually if we say public space, it means like you have a free access to the space. What we see in like kampong and like slums, for me it's more like a communal space or like spaces for commoning. No free access, more space for the community members and people take care of the space. And for us, for foreigners, it's very hard to, access and relate to that kind of space. So what is the reason you use the word public space? What is the difference between the communal spaces for commonings? Thanks.
As a theme for the workshop, I decided to put a kind of phrase that makes thinking, no? That is why informal public space. We discussed a little in the morning, but in the rural areas, we can say that in kampongs there are communal spaces. It's more suitable to use communal or shared space. But in the urban context, it's more complex. It is surrounded by the market and the formal system. And inside that, there is a kampong, no urban kampong. And the kampong people also uses those systems surrounded. That's why there is the complex of communal, but at the same time public. And as I explained in the last slide, how we can develop, if the autonomy is important for the public space, why we can think about the informal, in the informal logic, the public space. That is a kind of a question for the workshop.
Thank you all for your lectures. I'm from University of Tokyo, Jun Sato sensei. I have a question to Prof. Yandi. Am I saying right? Yandi, sensei? Yeah, Prof. Yandi. Your project, like building a school after disaster, but like not by the government, but for the community, was like really impressive for me. And I really love that you said you're not gonna make it all perfect, but remain the margin or like a space for the local people to make them improvement by themselves. And I have a few questions. What is the first reaction from the local people when you start building? And how do you, like, and if yes, how do you make local people or students involved to your project? And for the last question, since I study structure engineer and I'm really into your project, if structure engineer want to like help or participate to your project, what kind of things we can do?
Yes, please, Professor Yandi.
Is that three questions?
Three questions.
What's the first one? The reaction of the people, right? Yeah. You know, the kids, the school happened at 7 a.m. But the kids already there at 6 a.m. So with a very complete uniform and so on. So they miss that. The people, the student, the kids, the parent miss the place. So that's why they help us. We got free food many from them. I mean, you know, every time we went there doing something, then they cook something for us. Then that's quite meaningful for us. Yeah. That's the first one. And the second one is yeah. Okay. So it's threefold. First, it looks like we are helping them, right? That's the thinking. But what we aim is we do in such a thing that they will help themselves. So it's like therapy for them. So by doing that, they will forget the burden of losing their house and so on. So particularly the kids. So they help us. I mean that's why many wall, a lot of painting on it, and then we do painting with such way that can be Instagram. So sometimes we use a window as a train. We use a window as a rocket and so on. Yeah. So a lot of photo based on that make them happy, and you know and that means that is first the student that will use, the teacher that will use, they will help us, and also my student they come, and also alumni is like a generator for us because they bring money, and the thing is a lot of people that doing cleaning is the CEO of the well-known industry. So it's not the, the lay people. They feel like they need a balance in their life. And, somehow, we keep that kind of relationship until now. So every now and then we always meet them and talking about this, and then that's why a lot of people are coming. And then when I design something, I have to make sure that it's not me who having the power of the design. The design have to be in terms of thinking collectively. So we have to put every slot for everybody. Then the question of who own the design is, I think, no longer exists in that kind of situation. And even the kids, they are very happy because they can draw something and then put it on the wall together. Everybody have contribution on that place. And even when we found some friend coming but not helping, I don't mind, because the idea is when we have our time, spare time, then involve is already good. When they come to the place, it's already good. Everything already good, So it depends on us how we use it, rather than looking at what is missing from the situation. So, and the last one is yes. Yeah, the first time I went to the disaster place, because I want to learn that actually. I want to learn about what happened to our society, how they construct their space, how come it's so vulnerable to to the kind of situation. The simple tiny earthquake is everything already collapsed, and then I want to looking at what accident that really matter for the people, and I found out that is some structure is really a problem. That's one thing. And then the second one is the one who make the casualty is not the earthquake, it's the building that's in they use. I mean, like, they use tile but it's not protected very well. They use brick but it's not strong enough. Then when the earthquake happened, everything collapsed to them. So the structure, I changed the structure then, rather than, because it's like 80 times earthquake in a day. It's terrible, right? You cannot sleep, right? Because when you feel like you want to have peace, and then suddenly then I changed the structure into something that move like they are flexible and having some noise. I mean, rather than having very strong, having a noise, I think it's good enough for me. Then they will prepare themselves to go out from the public space. So so it's like a warning by the building itself. That's why the structure in such a way is not really aimed for very strong and very rigid, then make them very secure, but it gives some noise, some move, a bit move, but it's safe. And we have a lot of discussion with the a friend, the alumni with from the civil engineering, from the structural engineering. What kind of structure, and how we do welding, and how we do join and anything like that, which is give that kind of situation. So for me, in that kind of situation, everybody will help. So that's why I begin my presentation is like, what's the benefit of our knowledge? And the question of it is carry on until actually the project is evolved from the beginning into now. I mean, the first one is I only think about the strength and also about the cheapness only. But at the last project we think more about the people inside, the happiness. the material that can protect more when they are in the building, the learning process and so on. And so that means that the people become interdisciplinary more, and we use everybody, even in the process of participation, like doing the painting or collecting all the student and making something and so on. It's like from sometimes people from the social faculty, they join us as well, and psychology also they join us as well. So everybody help. Thanks God. Thank you for the question.
Hello, my name is Brigita from UI. So I actually want to ask Professor Jun Sato. I'm very curious about the design process when you work on lunar context. And I kind of want to ask what's the difference between the design process in lunar and Earth? And what are the major differences and challenges you see in terms of design principles, stakes, and the range of stakeholders involved? And what first inspired you to that gave you the opportunity to explore architecture on the moon? And I also want to hear whether the main function of these lunar designs is oriented toward temporary research infrastructure, long-term habitation, or even future dwellings for human settlers. That's it from me. Thank you.
All right. Habitation on the moon. For that, in structural from a structural engineering view, the most difference between the moon and Earth is the gravity and air pressure. The gravity will be 6 times smaller than the Earth, so it doesn't matter so much. But so it is easy to design the floor or some other structures. But air pressure is so big. 1 atom around here has the 10 tons per square meters of pressure. You know that. 10 tons. Typhoon, you have typhoon, or how to say? Strong wind. For example, in Japan, we have typhoon. That wind has only 100 kilograms per square meter. So 100 times bigger pressure, 1 atom is. So when we inflate the habitation module, or the structure should resist that inner pressure. That is the critical matter. But in my project, I'm proposing that pillow shape, pillow shape, the made of aluminum plate, and even 10 tons per square meter, it can become 2 millimeter for 4 people or module, or 1 millimeter for two people module. So the aluminum plate, it works well. And some other teams are developing the membrane type, the cylindrical or shape. They are a little suffering from the strength, but those membrane or aluminum plate will be the option for the habitation. And also we have to think of the radiation, but it's very big. Without a radiation shield, we can only stay around 3 months. But still we can stay, for example, 1 month without shield. It is based on the maximum radiation for astronaut. So the normal people, it will come lower. It should be shielded more. So we have to put some shields. but shield is a big matter. Polyethylene, PE, is the or water or regolith. Those three materials are the options we're thinking. But the regolith, embedding the habitation module into the soil, into the ground, is one of the options. But we need around 3 meters thick using regolith. So it is a big issue, big problem to solve. And if we bring polyethylene, it should be 10 centimeter. It comes very heavy as well. But when we think of the only bedroom should be covered, it comes very small. So in that way, we're thinking of the radiation. And so those kind of conditions on the moon, we're thinking a lot. Another issue is the big issue is the regolith. That is the very powdered. So for the deployable structure, the regolith was stuck onto the surface. But even if the regolith is stuck on the surface, the deployment system should work strongly. So we're designing the mechanism gap of the elements parts a little bigger to go on to slide. Even regolith is there. In that way, so those conditions are quite different from the Earth. Yeah. And what do you want to know? What do you want to know? Is it okay? All right.
All right. First, for my apologies, I've been warned about time limitation. So, if you have any other questions or comments to the presenters, I advise you to just meet them. All right. Just like, the earlier session. So I have to terminate this session, unfortunately. And to Professor Sato, Professor Yandi, Professor Okabe, and Mas Kamil, thank you so much.
Oke, minasan sashin no torimasu. Sashin di sini aja atau apa mau di sini? Background sini. Sashin. Oh, okay. Okay, minasan sashin no torimasu. Everyone, please gather to the front. We're going to take a group picture. Please fill the seat in the front.